Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. What's going on, everybody? How we feeling?
Hello.
What's going on,
All
Susie?
good.
Hello. What's up?
Deciding not
Chilling.
to short and living to regret it, probably in the coming week.
Give me a second. I'm just setting up real quick.
But yeah, it's a bit the big short, potentially. Like no TP above 100K.
I'm pretty convinced of that.
Well, it's the technical setup, right? Like if you consider the bear market started back in October, at the beginning of October, then we're getting dead cat bounces from 100K, and this is putting a high. Then
I don't
the
accept
initial
your
bounce,
original premise, though.
No, me neither. That's why I'm not short right now. But
Yeah.
it's very tempting. I want to keep the longs. I could hedge short here. Like definitely, it would be a good plan. But no, I'll pass because I think we'll just go down to 112 and probably catch support there and then break out this 115. If that becomes wrong, the good time to go short is now. It's not when we're down at 112, right? So the cost of opportunity here is like 3% to the downside. I can always short the retest as resistance of 112, but in case we go below 112 and then still find resistance there, then I could always short a bit lower, I guess. But still, this is the good time to do so. Like today is the well, especially when it put a high, right a little bit above the previous high there. Well, it's definitely upward ABC. Inside the downward A. And then, I TP that short when we put a lower low below 101. And I would go long there, for yet another attempt at a dead cat bounce.
Sounds like a plan.
Well, it's a plan I am not trading. I just see it. Like I know I should, but.
Well, you got all that extra dry powder from that heist at the Louvre, so you got to do something with it, right?
I moved it out.
Wait.
Yeah, there's very little money on my leverage account right now. It's just playing with $100 long and short. That's all.
From the heist. Oh.
Yeah, I didn't see that heist at the Louvre. I just imagined Zeusy the whole time watching the video. I was like, look
He
at
likes
Zeusy go.
He likes to drive fast.
You know, there's odd stuff happening in France. They're stealing jewelry and all, but
Yeah, they
the
sold
odd
the
part
royal
is
crown or some shit.
our president is in prison. Our old president, he's literally in prison right now. They did it. Like no pardoning, no nothing. Well, he didn't ask to get pardoned by Macron, but Sarkozy is in prison right now. He is in prison. Like it's
He'll
done.
probably get
It's not.
pardoned by like a future president or something, I bet, of his party.
Macron would probably pardon him, but he needs to ask for it. He doesn't.
Huh.
He's like, no, this is unfair. I'm not gonna ask for pardon because
Oh, so he's just gonna play the martyr and sit in jail and rot. Smart.
Yeah. He's not even now. He's not electable anyway, right? Because he went to prison. He can never become president again, and he doesn't. He's out of politics for a while now, anyway. But but it could have been a nice story for a comeback into politics. Yeah, you guys had your president attempted assassination, and then he won the election.
Yeah.
In France, we could see like it would have been a nice story to see Sarkozy back after having gone to prison and all. Without the assassination part, that's too much reality show.
What did he do?
I don't know, but he ate money. He got corrupted. I mean, his campaign got funded by foreign countries, and then he actually, I don't know exactly, but I think he's is it him or the next president? And then we actually invaded Libya, right? And we killed the guy anyway. So I don't know what's. It's probably secret stuff going on there.
French people don't.
It's a bit like your Kennedy files. But it's odd seeing a president in prison. Like, it was only 10 years ago. Sarkozy isn't that old. He was president between, was it 2008? Yeah, somewhere there. Like just 10, 15 years ago, he was president. And now he's in prison. Mainly it's because he refused to acknowledge, like he didn't act good. He didn't say, yeah, it was my bad and all. Like, otherwise they wouldn't have sent him to prison. But because he denies everything and they have proof of odd stuff, then they decided to just send him to prison like anybody else, you know.
Hidden Classical Gem said he ate a baguette from the middle, and that was enough. Straight to jail.
And they found some of the robbers from Louvre, and they couldn't find the jewelry that was stolen yet.
Are you worried that they're gonna snitch on you?
I don't know. They caught one of the guy at the airport trying to flee the country. But isn't it stupid to just go to the airport?
Yeah, like of all places, you didn't think. Like, nah, they would have never thought of that.
At least if he went immediately, maybe, right? But he was trying to get on a plane like 1 week after.
You would need a higher high going into Tuesday for that, Mana. We already got our Monday high. This could very possibly be that top, or we could put in another high today. But as far as our false move goes, we're expecting that top to come in today. If we get a new top tomorrow, then we can invalidate the 3-day swing.
Please don't say that. I'm having trouble not shorting here, and you're like adding. Oh.
I mean, last night the short really was when we were. Who's still in that short from last night when we were on? But we flipped the chart. I mean, it hasn't really done much. It's only consolidated after that, but it's never tested stop loss.
But we went to golden at 1164, right?
Mm-hmm.
Golden on the liquidation chart. So the lowest week on Bitcoin. I think Bybit has one of the lowest wicks. It's 101. Or fibbing 101 till all-time highs 126. Backward gives you golden retrace up at 116 400, and that's if we could break out that, then I would feel right in not taking the short entry. Yeah, like probability wise, we're gonna get much closer to all-time highs at that point. So I guess at that point it's bound to put a new all-time high before starting on a new downtrend potentially. Who knows how high though? Yeah, we could go quite high before starting a new downtrend. But for now, Bitcoin is, very weak compared to other assets. Like,
I'm still short with you, sir.
you want a short with
What's
me?
going on,
I'm
Donnie?
not in a short.
Oh, I went short when I seen the little move there. I was like, well, when you got that much divergence, man, it's telling on itself.
Yeah,
And you get the divergence with the volume too.
we ran through 2 targets yesterday. I mean, seeing that last night was definitely and we flipped the chart, right? We were watching it when it happened, and we said, look, if you were going long here and this was a dip and you were trying to catch a falling knife, this is exactly what you would look for. Tight stops underneath, just the way we do when we catch falling knives. And if you're right, you're right. If you're wrong, you're out. Easy.
As long as you got your stop loss in place, and I mean, you're almost at the point now with this lower high that it made today. You could drag your stop loss in the profit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I've been doing since the bottoms. It's like 107, just slowly dragging up that stop. Now, to be fair, we are really all trusting our stops after 10-10, but what can we do? But that's all we can do, We have to trust that that same shit isn't going to happen again. But those stops did absolutely nothing for you on the 10th.
Market stop. It depends on your exchange, because for me, all of them worked. I got some slippage on some coins, but on others I didn't. I mean, I have nice exits in a loss with like not that. Depends on the coins, but not that crazy slippage. Like a few gave me like 5% price action slippage.
That's not bad. That's nothing compared to what people were getting that day.
Yeah, but I'm not. I'm not playing with huge amounts here, so maybe that's why I'm not getting crazy slippage. But the market stop losses worked.
That's what
you got slippage.
that's the key.
So, yeah.
He said it. There's a difference between market and limit stop.
Coinbase doesn't have that. You can't. I mean, I didn't check recently, but a lot of a stop limit is different, right?
They don't. That's lame. Then they do it on purpose.
Well, it's the way their liquidity providing algorithm works. It just doesn't provide much. I don't know how it works, but
if you're on Coinbase Pro or Coinbase One, they've got that shit in mind. It's just like
I didn't have no one.
Do they?
Kraken. I had no problems.
Yeah,
Kraken wrote it.
Matter
of fact, my bots were rocking and rolling through the whole thing.
Make sure your stop limits are not the same value. Like you have to spread them apart a little bit.
No, don't use stop limits.
Yeah, your stop. Let's say like you want to have your stop loss be 100,000. You want to have the stop at 105, or like 100, like just a little bit above where you want to get out at. Because if it's the same value, you're likely to get skipped. Because the time it takes for price to trigger the order function and to actually place the order on the book, there's a bit of time that it needs to do that in. So if you spread them out, it's more likely that your order will actually make it to the book before the price passes that level.
From what
Hopefully
I understand, on Coinbase, like imagine you want a stop loss at 100K on Coinbase, right? a stop limit on coin. Well, you got it. Last traded price is gonna trigger an order in the book that's a limit order, right? So imagine you put it at 0. You could put your limit at 0, right? Then it's gonna look for when that order it will guarantee that you are a taker and not a maker, right? Because you want to be a taker in order to be filled, right? Fully. So you could just put it at 0, honestly.
Yeah, like exactly, like just next best price is yeah, taker, definitely.
I'd advise testing it with just $1, but that's what if you want a guarantee on Coinbase, if you want a guarantee your order is going to be filled, I think you need to put your limit at 0. Well, close to 0. You trigger at 100,000 and you put in the book an order at $1. And well, I mean, there's got to be something to match it. You're not going to sell at $1, right? Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. You'll run into the traffic eventually.
Well, you'll be a taker. You'll have a guarantee that you're, well, not a guarantee, because if it's really fully empty, then nobody will even buy your Bitcoin at $1.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But you'll be a maker, right? You want to be a maker, not a taker when your stop limit triggers. Because if you end up being a maker when your stop loss triggers, then somebody has to take what you made. And
yeah,
when it's volatile like that on altcoins, but you need like 20% lower. No, some even more maybe. Like on Doge, if you wanted to stop loss 16 cents, and there was only sales coming in the book in the flow because of all the liquidations happening and this and that. Like it was only sales, 99.9% sales happening, right? Then, well, yeah, never mind. Time to go eat for me. Just drop Coinbase.
it is
Problem
crazy.
I don't have
Like
anymore.
on that day, on the 10th of the 10th, like it was just a mad race to the door, to the exit. So everyone's trying to rush to sell. And it's like in those kind of days, the slippage is crazy because everyone, it's just like first in, best dressed. Whoever had the order in front of yours at the same price, like they get filled first. And if it's, yeah, it gets messy.
It was pure panic, bro. And then on top of it, you've got all of crypto Twitter and all YouTube influencers screaming that the bull market is over and you missed it. Right? That this is the sign. Get out while you can.
Yeah.
Stupid. And then it made everybody sell the bottom. Not only sell the bottom, but then they couldn't buy back because the exchanges were closed.
Yeah.
Bad, bro.
Yeah, some of those thumbnails were really silly.
So this is my for real question to everybody. Why is everybody freaking out over that drop? They ain't even seen the shit one yet. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? That's nothing.
Yeah.
Give me my 30%. Y'all, if y'all forgot what it was like to see 30% dumps.
The problem was leverage, man. The problem is that people weren't following the rules. They had way too much of their portfolios in leverage in what they considered to be safe, maybe 5 or 10x positions, but on alts that were off rotation and just got completely wiped. But Bitcoin's move is nothing to, we've seen way worse than that on Bitcoin.
Yeah, he's talking only Bitcoin.
Yeah, you go any coin. I don't care what coin you trade. Let's go back to July 29th, 24.
What about that?
Well, typically it takes a whole bear market to drop that alt 90%, 95%. And they did it in a day. But there was a lot of coins that didn't get hit that hard either. They just had regular retracements. Either way, man, clear leverage flush of all the way down to your 2x's, your 3x's on plenty of projects. That's the part that kind of stings, right? Because these people paid attention to the rules, didn't over leverage, used stop losses, right? The only thing that they didn't pay attention to was that you can't have 90% of your damn trading portfolio in leverage. Right? That's not how it's done, because when things like this happen, that spot bag is meant to cushion the blow. But if there was no spot bag and people were just fully in, then their season's over. They're gone.
Stupid is as stupid does.
Yeah.
I've said it a million times. Most of my portfolio right now is sitting over in Kraken on whatever they're wanting to give me 16, 18, 20% on. You know, they're giving anywhere from 7% to 21% on the kickbacks over there. So I just keep taking money and putting it in there, let them pay me, because in a falling market, even my bots can't outperform the returns that they're giving me in a year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's stupid for me not to, buy on these dips on these and just keep stacking crypto on the side.
About staking?
Somebody came in here, Donnie, after that crash. It was like, because we had a bunch of new people, obviously, right, coming on that day. And it was like 2 days after the crash, and somebody was like, can I ask you a question? Like, I'm being serious. I'm like, what? Like, are you just monotone or are you dead inside? I was like, what? Like, we were here during the drop on 1010. It's like your voice didn't change at all. Your tone didn't change. You completely calm through the whole thing. It's like, it's a little bit of PTSD, right? Been here before. But the tears, bro, I'm sorry. Like, when everybody's crying, I'm buying, bro. And the louder the cries get, you know what I mean? The bigger the FUD gets, I just pop into action.
2018, what did we go through? 2020, what did we go through? I mean, we've done this. This is nothing. 2021. I mean, this is nothing for us. 17%. That's kids' game. The next drop is the one that's going to catch everybody off guard, because, the one thing that I keep bringing up, and I'm going to keep bringing up, is you've not had your pullback after the Fed cut yet. And I've showed the chart a million times. You go back to 1981 when they started doing rate cuts, and you go back to every session that they've done it through the years. 26, 22, 33, 54, 46, 56%. Every time there's been these huge pullbacks in the market on the Dow Jones Industrial. Because you can go back to 81 on the DJI, right?
Yeah.
So you see this information in front of you, that every time that they do rate cuts, and there's always a media story that goes with it, whether there's some kind of war, whether there's some kind of crisis, it's always something. There's always something to go with the media coverage, but they don't talk about it. Oh, the market don't pull back that far. Well, go on the daily time frame, go back to 1981 and start there. Use Google, use AI. It'll tell you the exact dates. Go put them vertical timing on your chart and then measure the drops after each one of the rate cuts. And you tell me, am I crazy for saying we have not met our pullback for this rate cut yet? And we're what? When we did our first rate cut this time? So we're
It was September 18th.
So how many? We're coming up on time. We need to start doing cuts. I got to grab this phone call.
Yeah. Well, that's what a bear market makes. That's why everybody that's so sort of convinced that the whole idea of a bear market is over. It's crazy how we can go from we're in a bear market, and this is like literally within 24 hours. We're 1,000% in a bear market on Twitter. Then we pump, and now we're 1,000% never gonna have bear markets again.
Yeah.
Like, bro, you guys gotta relax. Well, the thing about rate cuts, guys, is they usually signal the beginning of a recession. Right? We don't tend to stimulate until necessary, which means something's already broken. or something's already, you know, they're in a fear of something going to break. But that's cool. We're just trying to squeeze 2 months out of this thing.
We got a question. Last night on Bitcoin, you see that on your chart there, doesn't that look like with the stop and volume candle up in the middle being the head, doesn't that look like it was doing a head and shoulder?
Yeah, you could have like a small one here, but you've already invalidated by going higher than the right shoulder.
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
And that's where I took my Bitcoin yesterday before I went to bed, was at the top of that right shoulder. So it played out obvious until earlier today, where it obviously invalidated it.
Yeah.
So I didn't lose anything, but it took me out of that short. But I also took out a couple of alts at the same point, and they're still in play, all of them, except this Bitcoin short that took me out because of that. But the alts didn't react like that; they just kept going.
Just remember that even though that's invalidated, your head is the right side of an M pattern here. Right, so that head and shoulders pattern isn't valid anymore, but the measured move from the head down to the neckline is still valid because you've put in the right side. So we were to pull down that measured move, it would take us into that vector gap above CME.
Wow. Okay. Because I was going to ask
you into these vectors right here.
Okay. Fair enough. I was going to ask you, is it possible to have a double right shoulder? But never mind. That makes even more sense now. All right. Cool. Damn, it got me up out of it, though. It's all right.
Hey, at least you saw the sign and you got out, bro. That's good.
Yeah. So it was my better short out of all of them, but the other ones.
I mean, this drawdown wouldn't have been fun.
I know. I didn't have to do none of that. Well, it would have only have been from the top of the shoulder, was where my short was, at the top of that shoulder.
Gotcha.
Before it invalidated, it came higher than it. So it'll only have been from there up. So it really actually was pretty close what it got me out of. But I didn't know if it was going to keep going.
If we turn on our vectors, right, you can see the motivation there. But we have to lose daily open for that.
And this is on my 10% leverage account, 10% of everything, which is actually, I'm doing pretty good. Actually, I've almost doubled that account right now, which is small, but my spot account is up, but I'm doing better on this little leverage account because I'm trading it.
Range is a range until it's not, though. So remember that this support, you have to assume remains support until you get a break. So you've got to wait for that confirmation. But we've been saying it for days, right? It's right in the title of the stream. False move up, CME below.
Yep, that's what the goal was the whole time when I was taking the short up there at that head, at that shoulder.
Just remember that that full CME recovery gives us a higher low on bigger time frames. So it puts in a bigger W that gives us a measured move to 127, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not bearish at all. I mean, to me, that was like, if I could get that, that was the trade. It was back long again.
Sorry about that, sir.
You're good, bro.
I'm sure there's people that want to go past that.
But talking about what you were talking about, Donnie, that's sort of what I'm counting on. Like, we were just talking about everybody who, well, last week we're convinced the bull market started. This week we're convinced we're super cycling and there's no more bear market, or the bear market started. But if you put together, obviously, the recession that we've kicked down the road for 2 years now, but just these Bitcoin treasury companies too, the amount of unwinding that's going to happen in those treasuries when Bitcoin starts to take a shit.
Right. And
Everybody wants
you
to
got to
play
understand the
like they're
dollar, man.
Michael Saylor, but they're not Michael Saylor, you know?
Exactly. Because you got a dollar that's going poop, right? So I mean, you've got an economy that people were bragging on, which is great, but you've got a housing market like in my area alone. It's 800 to 1. There's 800 houses per one buyer just in the southeast region, right? So and you're part of that. So but some places you'll go and you can't find a house, but other places like I live near several military bases, and there's houses everywhere for sale right now. You can't give them away. And if you call to try to make an offer, they're refusing offers because they're so far upside down in these houses. So you've got a market that's about to pop. You got a bubble that's about to let go. People are upside down in mortgages. The you got people, just they can't afford their house payments anymore, and they're done. There's
Mid
people losing their houses. Repo rates higher than it's ever been on automobiles.
mid
You look at the
2026 should be that drop. 18.6 year real estate cycle comes to the end in the middle of 2026.
It's funny, right? So if you look at if you follow Gann, if you follow Elliott Wave, if you follow astrologer, right? Any one of those, right? If you put any of that on the chart, I put it all in my Discord, showing it over and over. But we're in the cycle. That October drop was already had a vertical time and already set on it. I've also got another one set for between November 5th through November 12th. That's your next wave. And that takes you down. Well, if you follow astrology, December 12th through December 18th is your buy point, because that is the flippening. That should be your beginning of your super cycle of your wave 5, which should be your next wave up starting in December. And if you go back, ironically, go back to the 64K and the 69K. It's the same thing. This 126 shits, kicks back up, super cycle. It's the same wave count, same thing, all repeated over again. Don't believe me? Go pull up the astrology and just use AI and look up astrology and timing of trades, and watch what it pulls up.
We have somebody here in the Discord that's heavy into that shit, that's got an indicator that he's been working on.
There's I've tried. It's just garbage. It gives you a headache just making you think about it, because you're looking at a flat chart on something that's supposed to go around. So it never works.
Well,
That's where
technically what I'm following is liquidity itself. And for us, that November 9th was an exit because of the big drawdown that we were having in global M2. So that really saved us on 1010, because we had our DCA out on November 9th there for months. My next DCA out range is, my DCA in range was this weekend for my birthday. My next DCA out range is Halloween. November 7th starts our next uptick in liquidity that goes all the way until Christmas Day, which is my next DCA out. And then somewhere at the beginning of January is where we have that little impulse. What we're trying to watch here on global liquidity is, do we continue to pump into the new year? Right? As of right now, we put in a double top the first week of January, and we've put in a lower high. So I'm watching that pretty closely on like 105-day offset to see what liquidity is going to look like when we get to those ranges. But for me, it's been really simple, bro. For me, it's just follow the money. China is printing like it's going out of style. The United States is about to give them a run for their money. We're just starting our cuts, right? 3 or 4 cuts in is when you start to see the sort of negative aspect of the cuts. Excuse me. There's just so much
Yep.
lined up for the
There's
next
a lot
2
happening.
months, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, realty and the big swing is coming now. It's going to be a buyer's market, and we're going into 26 as a buyer's market. And yeah, landlords, you have property,
We'll
don't
see.
sell yet.
Well,
You're going to get more.
unfortunately, you know, the big one's going to be November 1st. You know that, right?
Mm-mm. November
Because
1st,
if
what?
that,
November 1st is when we're going through our drawdown, right? That's, if you look at global liquidity, this is our
so
DCA out October
all right,
October 31st, November 1st to the 7th. We got a big drawdown.
all right, put the media story with it. What happens? Who don't get their checks on November 1st? Sir?
Well, it depends if the government shuts down or not. I mean, if the government opens back up or not. But prediction markets got that coming in the middle of November.
So if these people don't get their you know, EBT cards reloaded November 1st, what do you think is going to happen across the country?
I don't know. I
Well,
like
it's
to
not.
put
It's not.
I like to put really big boxes on my chart that say insert news story here, and then we let it play out and we fill it out as it goes.
Well, put you a
But we
big,
know that
real
they'll add a
big
story
box.
to it.
Go ahead and put you a real big box from November 1st to November 12th, and let me know how it plays out.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, pull that box all the way down to about 83,000, sir.
I
That's
don't know
what
about that. That would
correct
be
you.
the end for me.
EBT is not only on the first; they spread it out throughout the month on different
Well, I'm
days.
just saying that's the first. That's the first that where people won't get paid.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah,
first one.
the first period.
Right. So that'll be your first wave of it. The second wave of it are the ones that get paid the next week. You know, so I mean, it's.
And people receiving disability are still receiving checks.
I got my check. I'm on disability. I got my check.
Oh, you already got it?
Yeah, I got it
Damn.
early. Hell, I got it 3 days early.
It's not supposed to come to the 30th. I thought this. You got it quick.
Well, I'm always I'm always on the 26th or 27th anyway. But I got mine 3 days early.
What about Social Security? Did they get theirs?
I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Yep.
They do?
Yep. Mama got hers.
Oh, that's good. So they're good. It's just a food stamp. People want it. Well, a lot of them are losing it anyway because they don't
right. That's
look for a
that's the
job.
thing. That's the thing. A lot of them are losing it, and they don't realize it.
They don't want to look for a job.
The EBT and Section 8 stuff is going to be pretty brutal. It's going to get wild.
Well, they just got to do the job program. If they don't want to do it, it's on. They're not trying to get a job. They just want to stay. They ain't going to let that happen. No more. Trying to force the hand, get people to go to work. So if they try to get jobs and nobody, I guess they have a job list and they're like, you need to apply for 3 of these places if you fit the bill to someone that needs to do it. And I think it's for children. If you have children that are over 14 years old, you don't have to do it. And of course, if you're single, your ass needs to go look for a job on their program. If nobody gives you one, stay on it. But you got to prove it. So it's not just like everybody's cut now. Yeah, it's harder now. But maybe that's how it should have been because lot of abuse going on for sure. But I'm following that chart he just had up. Come 30th, I'm 31st. I'm de-risking. Period. Then come after that next week and a half or week after, was it 7th or the 8th or something? Come back in.
Damn, I was going to put in here what I posted in my Discord this morning. I can't post a screenshot for some reason. Oh well.
Well, what's your approach going to be? Are you gonna
I mean,
deleverage?
I started deleveraging about a month ago. I started pulling out. I started pulling out of my alts. You know, I don't pull all the way out. Like, I'm pretty heavy into XRP, XLM, Algo, Quant. I'm not a Bitcoin trader. I just only way I trade Bitcoin is on futures. So I started pulling out about a month ago. I started pulling pretty good sized chunks out, and I took 50% of my XRP, 50% of my XLM, 30% of my Quant, 30% of my Algo, 30% of my DOT, and 30% of my Chainlink. And then I'm just been sitting on the sidelines, just kind of watching and waiting to see how this plays out. But I do my own, I do my own, live in my own world, man. Most people don't go where I go. But I'm like Drew and Dbloc. I'm just you can't go by everybody else jumping up and down screaming, "Oh my God, the liquidations! Oh my God!" I don't care. That's a 17% move. That's a chunk play. They ain't ready. Y'all ain't even seen the good stuff yet. Just let me see a 30% pullback. Let me see 40. I actually want to see about 52.
Yeah, Bitcoin.
Yeah.
On Bitcoin?
Yep.
Because alts had, some of them had 90.
Not straight down though. No, that's gonna take like 6 months.
Why don't you go back and look at the 64K and the 69K play? How long? Go measure it
Well,
before you talk. Go measure it.
I
Go
know.
measure it. Go
I know,
measure
but
it. And let me show you. Let me go back in time all the way, and I can show you numerous candles that are 30% single move candles, single day candles. But people say it can't happen. But it happens all the time. I've been playing it since 2018. It happens.
Have you ever seen a bull run this regular?
No,
Though.
not like the way with as much divergence as we've got. I've never seen it this bad, and that's why I feel like this is really going to hurt people. That it wouldn't shock me at all. Like I know y'all would freak out, but me, it wouldn't bother me at all. If you seen a flash wick down to 63K within the next couple of weeks, 3 weeks, wouldn't shock me at all, at all.
Well,
Body,
we were there 6 months ago. I was, 6 months ago. That's what Bitcoin did, right? In April, we retested COVID all-time highs. Huh? I mean, we got 75, not 60, but
That's right.
exactly. You left a gap. You left a gap right there. Remember?
No, I fully agree. What you say is possible. It just seems less likely because of how regular this uptrend was, right? Like when you look, like Bitcoin typically does a bit of there's a FOMO move, where like when you compare last cycle, we just went straight up. There was only a rejection at 40K that brought us back down to 30K, and then we pushed. It was like a bit parabolic move up last cycle. While here, look, we go up, we come back down, we go up, we come back down, we go up, we come back down. We spent a whole year building support and resistance between 50 and 70K. So I don't think that's not going to react on the way down. And even, but damn, you said 50K, right? Oh,
63.
60.
Wick to 63. Body would close around 69.70. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying it wouldn't surprise me to see it happen. After that move, and the way everybody was, blown away by that, I'm like, y'all need to go back and look at the drops that happened in history, because that's nothing. I mean, this is,
on Bitcoin, yeah, but on alt, some of
Yeah,
them.
that's what I'm saying. People weren't really blown away by the Bitcoin that leveraged alt drop.
That's your good old Bitcoin dominance right there. That's what that was.
Oh no, it was more than that. There was a lot of cheating going on and some bunch of dirty crap.
A lot of coins haven't recovered. Like there's a loss of value after that event because some coins are now in price discovery below that wick, or even if they're not below it, they're still below macro resistance that got lost on that day. Basically in price discovery downward, below previous bear market bottoms. Examples are like Filecoin, stuff like that. Atom also, yeah.
Yeah, Cosmos killed me.
Adam.
That
was one of the worst.
That broke my heart. See, Cosmos.
That was one of the. Didn't it go to like 0 something?
Cosmos is interesting because it didn't drop as much as other coins during the bear market. Like, it didn't. Well, I mean, it added 1-0, but that's all, right?
I mean, look at ABAX. I mean, look at how ABAX got wiped. I mean, that's just crazy.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Is that Adam? Let me look at this. What did it go down to? What?
Oh, but this $3 area on Atom could be more like accumulation range than distribution, because we're coming from higher. So everybody's in a loss. Well, except those who bought the ICO, I don't know, X years ago. But overall, everybody's in a loss on this coin. So eventually, you find a bit of floor, or you get delisted and it just goes to 0. Yeah, I guess that could happen too.
Must be on a different exchange where Adam went really low. I don't see that price on a week.
I got a 0001 on Adam on Binance.
Oh, there.
Oh yeah, it didn't go that low on Bybit, but it went to $1.5 on perpetual.
Yeah.
So
that's not what I'm seeing. 146 over here.
But
on Adam USDT on Binance was a 000.
Adam went to 0, guys. Adam went as close to 0
literally
as you can get.
Yeah.
On Binance, though.
No, IOTX did better than an Atom for that, because Atom wasn't at 0. There was one tick more possible to the downside. Well, because it was 0.001 on Atom, right? So it wasn't 0. IOTX on Binance did go to 0. Like 0.0000, like infinite 0.
Damn, let me look at that one.
Infinitely close to 0. But my point is that Atom is trading below $3.5 right now, and that was its bear market bottom, right? So that event was a liquidation event, but there's something else to it, because if it was only a liquidity grab and liquidation purpose, then price shouldn't lose support. So
guys, I spent 2 weeks trying to explain what happened there. We should know what happened by now, unless you guys weren't listening.
Yeah,
I listened to it. I don't think that's. I'm not sure that's that there's something more that's the that's the story to explain why. Reality is money left.
The one that blows my
And
mind.
not because it got liquidated, because people really got stopped out too, and they left.
Did you talk about Zcash at all?
Zcash is such a monster. Give me 1 second. I'm working on a chart. I'll be right back.
That just absolutely blew my mind. I had a grid bot running on that for the longest time, and then I turned it off, and oh my gosh! I mean, I was trading it in that $22 to $38 range over and over and over and over and over. I think I even bought it down to 15 one time, and now you look at Zcash at $347. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I remember those prices. Wish I would have been able to predict that. Would have known.
I'm just saying I'd bet more on a slow bleed off during the bear than a quick, crazy 50% down candle like Bitcoin used to do, just because of the supports and resistances it built on the way up. Last time the only one we really had was 40K and 28K, right? And 60K, I guess, but there wasn't as much support building on the way up.
We haven't had enough time in there. And the Bitcoin shows you how much weight it needs there to hold a brick. I mean, it's kind of like building a house, right? If you don't put any mud between the bricks when you build a house and starting at the bottom, you kick the wall out. You know what I mean? It's the same way.
Yeah.
Same way with building price. As it's doing the same thing. And if you go pull up a big chart, something heavy, Dow Jones Industrial, the Russell, one of them, and go look. It'll do that big run up, and then what does it always do? It always goes back to prior support. What was resistance now becomes support. It always goes and finds it. And it's funny how the cycle works over and over, right? You got 3s, 5s, 7s, 9s. There's all these weird numbers, right? It's funny. It's funny.
I got a question. When we came down to 75K on Bitcoin the last time, what was that from 100? And how
Yeah.
long did it take?
It was from 108. That's why 108 is so important to at least to me right now. It's because that was from 108K, and 108 is losing 108 means structure-wise it means you might be done pumping because you're coming back below that low of a year ago, even.
And how long did that take
to correct?
To get from 108 to 75?
3 months, roughly 4 months. 3
Okay,
months, yeah.
so maybe that's more a realistic scenario.
The problem is the cycle, right? That brings you to January for a bottom. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Why would you expect the same speed, though?
I don't know. I'm just looking for something. I mean, what's the typical drop?
98,330 is your that's your oh boy. That's the one that you don't want to lose. 98,330. If you stay above that, you're gravy. If you lose 98,330, oh boy, I see you.
Isn't it a 70% drop at the end of a Bitcoin cycle when Bitcoin tops out to the bottom of the bear?
I don't think we're there yet. I really don't. I mean, just because I put a lot of time and grind work in this, the GAN and astrology and the Elliott waves. I've tried to force feed myself, the Elliott wave stuff and trying to understand it because there is actual math that goes with it, right? And so when you go into it and you measure it, and you do the impulse waves, your ABCs and all that crap, you know, it's funny how it works out because I mean, it's just the timing with the astrology and the GAN all together, trying to mash it all together to come up with the best answers, right? So I had to trade my TA. So you know that's what I did, and the probability of a pullback was there, so I took the chance, and it worked out great. You know, now I'm just waiting to find out if it's going to break because we know where structure's at. Structure to me is 98,330. You know, in my opinion, the 108 is garbage now because you already smashed it like a glass window. Now it's just a matter, is it going to hold us support down there at that 101, 104 range? If not, then 98 is your target.
Yeah, 108, of course, it hasn't been flipped into support, but for me, it's the last time to think about shorting. Right? Like below that, I'm not really interested in shorting anymore. It's too late after that.
It's never too late to short.
It's just a short entry for me. Well, you're gonna be, well, I don't know. I don't like to assume it's done pumping as long as we're above the previous high. So
Well, so just to be fair, so that you understand, so like this is what I put in my in this morning. Map both scenarios: bullish continuation versus bearish reversal. You know, using tight stops. If you short, keep risk defined above 116. Watch for confirmation. Let price prove you're right before sizing up. That was what I put in my Discord this morning. That was at 10:47 a.m. You know, and I gave the whole breakdown of what's coming up November 7th. Uranus re-enters Taurus November 7th. Mercury retrograde dominates most of November. Sun plus Venus in Scorpio. Scorpio rules hidden power, transformation, and deep liquidity. Saturn goes direct plus Jupiter retrograde. Saturn's direct motion stabilizes long-term structures, while Jupiter retrograde can trigger some bullish narratives. Bearish divergence on shorter time frames, 1 hour, 4 hour, making for some weak volume. Volume profile from October 23rd to 26th is declining volume, classic signs of a fading move. Wave structure, if this is wave 5 or B, it's likely terminal, overlapping price action, loss of momentum, support. GAN symmetry shows the same thing, 7 days, so we're in extension. The astro tension, Uranus ingress versus Mercury retrograde. Bearish setups often emerge from that confusion. That's just some of the homework that I've done, and all that's I posted in my Discord this morning. You know, I mean, so it's not like I'm talking out my butt here. You know, I mean, I actually sit here and try to put it together on paper. To make it make sense.
What is this year supposed to be called? Fish or something, or dragon?
it's funny because we all agree a short isn't a bad idea around this level, but all with different reasons.
So I have no bias either way, right? All I'm doing is trading what my TA is, and I jumped in here just to see how everybody was doing because I heard some rumors that people were like destroyed by that move, and I'm like, how can you get destroyed by a 17% move?
Because it's out there in alts and they're on leverage, and the things went down 90%.
I watched XRP and I laughed.
Even
It didn't
XRP
touch.
did it.
It didn't touch $1, which could have been a support, right? Like it's a bit like Solana. It didn't drop that. Well, I mean, it dropped a lot, but not that much, right? It's like the bigger caps dropped less than the smaller caps, and Bitcoin being the biggest is the smallest.
I called $1.35. I said $1.35. Here we go. I called that like a month before it happened. I was like, no.
What did XRP drop down to on Binance futures?
I don't know about Binance. I know on Kraken, My buy was at $1.35 just because I was being funny, but on Kraken it dropped to $1.31.
Well, damn, that's like a 50% drop. I think it was even worse on Binance. Wait till you hear, and then you'll see why.
No. I don't have the chart, but no, I think it's the same. No, the
Really?
big caps didn't drop as much. There was no depegging
Mm,
between spot and leverage, right?
I don't know. Go look at Sui. 40 cents. Is that big enough for you?
On Binance, XRP went to 1.1792 on futures.
There you go. There's a whole nother 50 off.
And then the SUI, I'll look at Binance was the worst one of all the
Yeah,
exchanges.
Sui is like 40 cents. I'm not
So
looking.
here's the other thing that I hadn't even, because I've been busy playing with the car shows and stuff. But like one of the things I was going to look at is new coins versus old coins. I need to sit down and break it down. And when I say that, maybe one of y'all could help me out with this, or maybe you've already started it. So I'm big on Bitcoin dominance, right? So when I first started trading cryptocurrency, there was no USDT. You bought Bitcoin and then you converted it, right? You bought Link, you bought Dot, you bought whatever you were going to buy with Bitcoin, right? That's why there is a Bitcoin dominance. Same way with the other dominances that are out there, whether you're XRP dominance or it goes on, right? So what I want to know is the coins that took the biggest baths, were they here before USDT come along and were only with that, or did the dominance actually save the coins that are tied to Bitcoin the heaviest, and the ones that didn't have the tie to Bitcoin, they don't have a BTC trading pair, right? They're the ones that got beat down the worst. That's going to be the next thing I go look into.
Honestly, on Binance, almost everything has a Bitcoin pair available. So what do you mean by?
There's not many that have, like, if Binance does it, most exchanges don't. Like most United States exchanges don't have a Bitcoin pairing for most of the stuff. Like you may see, like Coinbase, they may have 30 coins that they trade with Bitcoin. Kraken, I think, has got like 50 or 60. That's it.
Yeah, well, AI can probably help to sum up all of that, see which exchanges have which pairs, just to know, and then look by volume, right? Because if Binance has a Bitcoin pair, but there's absolutely no transactions there, then it's not that relevant. Yeah, you need to also gather a bit volume data for the last 4 years, at least, and sounds complex to come up with a good answer. But you're right, Bybit doesn't have an inverse perpetual for every coin, right? And then there's also leverage or not leverage, right? Because you have spot Bitcoin pairs, you also have leverage Bitcoin pairs. For spot, there's many options on Bitcoin pairs. For leverage, there's a bit less, right? Like coin marginated futures, where I think there's a lot of money going around too, right? Especially people who don't trust stable coins, but you can just trade
If you
inverse
want some lemon
perpetuals.
flavor, there's lemon pepper there. Yeah, because I think that's about to be done. If you want, so I said there's lemon pepper. If you want more lemon taste.
But you have an open mic, I think.
And then you got to put a little bit of mustard in it. So after you do those two things, it tastes good.
But the main coins have inverse perpetuals on Bybit at least, like of course Bitcoin, ETH, XRP, DOT, Cardano, Litecoin, Solana, Near, AVAX, Link, Coin Cash, Dog with Hat. Wow. Sui has also inverse perp. Yeah, maybe you'll find a signal there. Maybe coins with available inverse perpetuals dropped less, yeah. Especially if it's the stablecoin that had an issue, right? Then it would make sense.
Now you're catching on what I'm throwing down. Now you catching on.
Well, you know, Etana depegged, right, during that event. Now, I don't know if it's because Bitcoin was going down or because, you know, Etana works with huge leverage positions on these contracts, right?
Well, all I'm saying is it's awful funny that USDC picked up the amount of flow that they did through that.
When you trade on inverse perpetual, you don't care about the stablecoin. There is no stablecoin involved in that contract. Right?
That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about in the market in general. Take futures out of it. Take futures completely out of it. Take futures out of it because you know. I don't know why you're so focused on futures. I care less about futures because 90 plus percent of the money that's coming from here doesn't play with futures.
No, you're right, but well, actually, the volume on futures is bigger than on spot, so spot is kind of irrelevant when you look at the money flow. But yeah, I have a counter example, right? Doge, for example, which had a massive drop. Actually, no, it didn't go below 4 cents, so I guess it's not that massive drop, but it went to like 8 cents, right? I don't know. It's a complex answer to come up with. I don't think you're gonna find any signal in that anyway.
I mean, it's funny that people talk about futures when you're really not even buying anything. You're gambling, right? You're technically
you are buying and selling a contract, right? Not the
you're buying
coin.
and selling a contract, but you're not physically buying and selling a Bitcoin.
Correct.
So all you're doing is waste. You're not even playing in the crypto industry. So the money that you see, that you're seeing, is all stablecoin. So if the stablecoin is where the problem's at, that's what we need to pay attention to. Where's the real Where's the real money?
So not when you are coin marginated, right? Not
well,
on
that's
inverse
margin. That's a whole
perpetuals.
different ballgame. That's a different ballgame. But perpetual futures, all you're playing is contract. All you're playing is a slot machine. That's all you're doing. It's just with USDT instead of whatever your currency is.
No, it doesn't have to be in USDT. It can be in Bitcoin. It can be in ETH. It can be in all the coins I cited earlier. And you don't touch any stablecoin when you're like that. Like you're just holding Bitcoin. Actually, with these new portfolios, you could just keep even dollars on your collateral as a collateral without even going USDT.
I would be anywhere but USD. USDC,
yeah.
USDT. I'd be anywhere but the United States dollar.
Yeah. But in any case, someone big TP'd that day, you know, and that money is gone.
And what's crazy is that this little exchange that I use, I didn't have a single problem that day.
No, Bybit was fine too, but yeah, people were getting stopped out and liquidated all over the place, but it was working. Yeah, you could move money, you could long or sell. No, maybe you couldn't catch the bottom of the wicks because it was just way too quick, but
I heard people complaining about Coinbase and Robinhood.
Like, Coinbase was just off anyway, right? Like they just shut off when it's too volatile. Like your funds are safe, come back when things have calmed down. Because imagine 100 million Americans connecting to sell. Like prices would just be at zero, right? Like,
Well, it's kind of like it's the same way as doing a bank run. It's the same
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
That's the thing. That's where people don't realize that they're controlled by an exchange, because the exchange said, "Oh no, you can't trade right now." I mean, it's kind of like walking into the bank, like I want to withdraw all my money. You know, it's the same thing. They don't want you to freak out, but they can control it with one switch.
Yeah, but typically when it reopens, we're like in the middle of the candle somewhere, right? So they don't want you to panic sell. They don't want you to buy low either, but like, you know, they give you a fair middle price. So to be honest, I don't know. I wasn't looking at Coinbase that day. Maybe it was working. Like I don't know.
Several people said it wasn't. I've had several people tell me it wasn't. I don't know. I switched. I moved everything back to Kraken a couple years ago.
Coinbase is really spot long term, no? Like you're supposed to trust their security a bit, but there's not a lot of leverage on Coinbase anyway. Right? They're adding some stuff, but and it's closed during the weekend, so I don't know.
Only reason I keep Coinbase is for the Coinbase card. The only reason.
But to off-ramp also it works.
With the Prime, I don't know. I don't pay for it. Because where I run bots, I make too many trades, and even with their paying $30 a month for their program, I've traded more than what they allow, and so they were going to still charge me fees for trading, and not even at a reduced rate, even though I was paying the $30 a month. I was like, all right, I'm done. I left, and I went to Kraken. And now that I can do all my stock trading and my crypto trading on Kraken. I don't care. I'll just stay at Kraken, mind my own business. I do all my futures trading on KCX. I do some on Blowfin, but most of it's on KCX. So I'm gravy.
Nasdaq still not done pumping. Oh my god! Oh, whoa. I don't know what kind of a short squeeze is going on there, but so yeah, compared to Bitcoin, it's like as if we're at 140 already, or somewhere there. There's half an hour left till markets close. Wait, are they already closed with this winter? Yeah, they're already closed, sorry. This winter time change confuses me a lot.
Yeah, I wish we'd be done with that mess.
You don't have that where you live?
Yeah, it's aggravating. I hate it.
When is it for you? Because then it's going to change again, right? It's going to be back to what it was. New York Open for Europeans. We don't switch to winter time at the same time as you. Is it earlier for you or later? I forgot.
It's sometime in November, Susie.
Okay, well, in France, it's the last Sunday of October. So we just had it. And you guys are going to change soon. So Nasdaq will close at 10 o'clock for me when you change to winter time too. Yeah.
Sunday, November 2nd.
Okay, so next Sunday. Yeah. Yeah, so this is just one confusing week, and next week I'm back to normal for my timings. Because yeah, so the CME gap is 1 hour earlier today, right? So it's gonna be in 25 minutes, yeah. And freaking futures are still bumping. Price discovery going on, yeah. 6,915 on SPY. On US 500. SPX. Touching 6,900. Oh, that's a beautiful number, no? 6,900. Yeah, perfect Bitcoin. Make it look like shorts are working.
Consider I'm up 10.78%. I'm taking it. I love it.
Yeah, but it's just the beginning, right? Like, no, for me, a short idea is yeah, to get below 100K. But yeah, we might see negative funding rates again if yeah. It's not the case right now, but I think it's gonna do it.
All right. I'm going back to my little hole. Go back to do some more reading and homework. Y'all have a good one. Be blessed. Talk to y'all soon.
Thank you. Thank you for your insight. See you.
Gonna bounce yet? Oh, my PC's old, man. My PC still takes DDR4. I wanted to add memory, but now I'm just thinking about too much work. Cool. I don't know.
What's good, fam? I'm back. Gotta watch this quick interview real quick. So we're starting to break down from that small bearish structure. I hope y'all were following the mouse TA. But yeah, what I was trying to say was I'm pretty sure everybody in the room sees this as a breakout, right? When it's inverted. We've done enough catching fallen knives here. It's just a little bit harder for the bias to let you see it when it's inverted. It is OD hot in Miami today. Like, we got that little cold snap I was talking about yesterday, and today it's like we gave it all back, full retrace. Oh, I think I'm muted on Discord. Hold on. Spooky. Get the shit out of me. What's going on, Discord?
Morning.
Neve, the overarching pattern is the M pattern. Right? The bear flag just gives you that. It lines retail up to trade in the direction of the break. Right? If we were inverted, we would say that that W, that bull flag, gives you tried to break, couldn't. Market maker builds a bull flag, creates liquidation. Harvest liquidity, gives retail a pattern that they recognize that they can trade into. Just in reverse.
What's up, D?
What's going on, Susie?
You think crypto is gonna be worthwhile to buy soon?
Yeah, I plan on buying the higher low. Remember, CME gap gives us higher low on the 4-hour and the higher time frames. Yeah, cold weather mean reversion. It was cold yesterday. Now we're back to sweating. It was a full retrace. Weather in Miami is volatile with that hurricane coming up. We talked about this the other day, though. Don't let that retrace down the golden pocket freak you out. I mean, down to CME freak you out. Not just CME, psychological high, psychological low. Got a lot of targets there.
But I wonder why we would close that gap and even attempt to hold it. Like, if you can't pump, you gotta dump. Well, we'll see. Yeah.
Figure out who's in charge and trade towards their motivations.
I don't know. I feel like you gotta make it look like your short is working.
All right, we're about to clear this liquidity. We're well into this vector gap. Remember, on top of this support that we built, we had a nice green vector that was unrecovered. So we're making our way through that. After that's done, we'll be halfway through our M pattern retracement, and then at that point, if we lose that 800 EMA, there's no, in my opinion, there's no way we don't go for a CME gap.
That's so too far now. It's like 1.5% down, right?
It's easy to say it now. It was difficult to say it when we got this stopping volume candle, and I was like, oh. But so far,
You mean,
our mock
yeah.
short on the 5-minute has paid off, y'all. Remember we were talking about catching falling knives, keeping that 1 ATR underneath the invalidation. If you're right, you're right. If you're wrong, you're out. So far, it's paid off pretty nicely. It's still printing right now, so. You were in on that, right, Leo? You were in here last night. It depends on whatever you're comfortable with, Limitless. 1 ATR, 2 ATR depends on your risk tolerance. If you're tight, you know what I mean? You want to give it as little space as possible, then it's just 1 ATR. You're feeling a little riskier, then you can bump it to 2. The second ATR was up here. We posted both of them yesterday. The second one was at 116.4. The ATR at the point was only $200 on Bitcoin.
Bitcoin become AI? It's gotta become AI.
Become
Bitcoin
AI?
need. Yeah,
That'd be
we need to
great.
add
Imagine if
AI
they
into
gave an
Bitcoin.
AI agent and they named it Satoshi, and they just trained it on everything we know about Satoshi.
Well, all the hype is in AI on legacy, and they're flying. Well, our Bitcoin is like 120, 124, back down. It wants to start its bear market. You got any AI plays in legacy?
No.
I would short the hell out of it. No, I'm joking. Well, just because I don't have any, I guess.
Nah, I'm in virtuals, AIOZ, AI16Z, AIXBT.
Oh, the fake AIs.
The crypto AIs. You sound like a dinosaur, Zusi. It's not real if it's not on legacy.
I don't know. Nvidia is real stuff, right? It's
Let's see.
Nvidia. The rest is disappointing, though. I'm sure there's upside to catch, but it's temporary. Right?
I mean, you can invest in the tools or you can invest in the artists. Right? It's not just the chips and the graphics cards. It's what's going to be done with them. There's money to be made there too.
No, they say it's Nvidia that's supporting legacy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you remove like 6, maybe 7 different companies, it's a wrap. But you could do a lot of damage with just 3.
Well, these investors in the chips, we need to find a reason for them to get in crypto. Well, a good reason.
Got some lasagna and some garlic rolls on the way. A couple Parmesan meatball subs. If we fall and keep falling, scalper, we adapt. Our stop losses kick in, save us from further downside, and we look for fallen knives.
What? We're buying falling knives now?
Eef. When have I not bought fallen knives, Lucy? It's like my thing.
No. Well, typically people say wait for confirmation and
People
this
say
and
a lot
that,
of shit.
but
You can safely catch fallen knives as long as you do it again safely. You have to know where to put your stops. You gotta wait for proper sort of indications. Looks good. We're holding our EMAs on ETH 50, 800. Our CME gap on ETH is lower. I do expect that if Bitcoin comes down for its CME gap, ETH is going to also come down for its. But breaking this support is the big deal. So maybe coming down to psychological low, but coming back above support would be fine.
another trip below 4K?
Possibly, yeah. Very possibly.
Last chance to load up, maybe.
Or to offload, right? This high. Yeah. It's scary for me, honestly, because I'm seeing like blow off top like stuff, and crypto not really. Well, all right. At least we got 115 retest, but that's it, right? What if?
What do you call it? You call it the falling guillotine? Is it like the French version?
No, it's just that I remember,
A flying
for years
machete.
people telling me I shouldn't buy falling knives.
They do. That's what
and so
people
that's
tell
why,
new people all the time because they don't want to go through they don't want to go through what it takes to explain how to properly do it. But yeah, you shouldn't catch a fallen knife if you don't know what you're doing. You definitely shouldn't. Just like you shouldn't juggle chainsaws if you don't know how to juggle. But I've seen some
So
dudes
no,
at
I'm
the
a bit
circus
surprised.
go crazy with the chainsaws.
I'm just surprised hearing you say buying falling knives because, well, something has changed.
Either that or you haven't been listening, Zeusy. YouTube, is this the first time that I've walked us through a fallen knife catch? How many times on here have we walked through dozens and dozens and dozens of fallen knives successfully?
Recently, maybe, but
Can I explain my understanding of that from a Neanderthal way? The reason why you would catch it now is because you can chart a higher low.
Yeah.
This isn't a falling knife.
We're not there yet. So you're arguing something that hasn't even happened yet. There's a bunch of ifs in between there. Somebody in YouTube asked what happens if it falls and it just keeps falling. Like if it goes past the CME gap and tumbles out. I said, well, our stop losses kick in and protect us. And then we go into fallen knife mode.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Never mind.
I mean,
because you don't know
everybody
where it's
doesn't.
gonna
I mean,
turn after.
we've talked about this a million times, right? There's type 1 traders, type 2 traders. Your type 1 traders are going to catch that falling knife. Your top 1 trader is going to try to short the tops. Your type 2 trader is going to wait for that higher low, right? Which is the confirmation entrance. Our CME hold, if we hold at CME, that's our confirmation entrance. That's not a fallen knife. If we break through CME and we start tumbling through structure, then yeah.
We have only one CME gap, right, below us?
Yeah. 127 to 110.9. You are a breakout trader, immigrants. if you just shorted this, then it would be the same as a type 3 trader going long on the breakout. Right? We've done this all the time on to the bullish side. Type 1 trader catches the knife. Type 2 trader buys the higher low. Type 3 trader, which you are right now, plays the breakout. Type 4 trader waits for the retest. Each one comes with their own vulnerabilities. Type 3 often gets a full retrace back to open. Type 4 often gets left behind. Type 2 misses the best entries. Type 1 often gets stopped out. Pick your poison.
And type 5 works at McDonald's.
And type 5 buys all our bags up here like a doof.
type shit.
Type 5 FOMOs and says we're going to the moon. Type 4 trades are often more successful than type 3 trades, Drizzle. You take less trades, but the trades that you do take, you're taking with confirmation. They're more likely to play out. Type 3 traders, in my opinion, are the most vulnerable. Any trading strategy that gives you less entries is typically more successful. Successful meaning wins versus losses, not ROI wise. Nah, they did. Well, not today, but they started off shorting. ChatGPT and Gemini started off heavy short. They went with the sentiment. And it took them forever to flip long. But yeah, I think everybody's long right now.
Eve couldn't put that higher high like Bitcoin did, right? These alts.
Type 1, in my opinion, has the absolute best risk reward. Right? Because your invalidation is literally within the wick of the stopping volume candle that you... Right? Type 2 is similar, right? Because you wouldn't put your stops underneath. You'd put your stops a couple of ATRs underneath or above the lower high.
But his win rate is probably lower if his risk to reward is better.
Yeah, you end up getting stopped out. You're going to catch fallen knives. Every once in a while you get cut. But you don't have to lose more than a couple, not even a whole % off of your trade. That's what I mean. When I'm trading a fallen knife, either I'm right or I'm out. There's no waiting, oh, maybe it'll put in a lower low here, or maybe it'll double bottom. No. If I was wrong about that being the Pico bottom candle, I'm out.
Oh, that's not the way I catch my falling knives. Because I don't know how low it's gonna go. But all I know is as long as I don't go too heavy, when I get stopped out, if I'm able to re-enter even a tick lower, well, maybe a bit more with the fees, then the potential for the bounce back down or up is just better. Like it's a temporary loss at that moment in time, right?
They're not heavy entries. As far as position sizing goes, type 1 is the smallest.
Yeah.
Type 2, I add to my position. Type 3 for the breakout, maybe I add some more to my position. Type 4 for the retest, definitely adding to the position.
I could be completely wrong on this, but I've heard like over the times I've traded, people saying they trade the 200 MA to know when they get out of alts. Like if Bitcoin drops below the 200 MA, then alts are going to bleed hard. But what timeline is that on when people
That
say that?
it's useless if they don't tell you what time frame. Yeah, because that could be the 50.
Exactly, man.
That could be the 50 on the hourly and the 200 on the 4, or the, you know what I mean. So
Yeah, it's so confusing to me. So I don't know if it's helpful when people say that to me.
It's true on every time frame, no?
Well, like on the 30, we're way off the 200 on the 30, but we're close to it on the 15.
for me, 50 EMA is the main mean reversion that I use on all time frames.
Roger.
If the 200 or the 800 come into play, it's simply because that's the 50 on another time frame that I'm not looking at.
Yes. Yeah, good point.
Follow
So
knife.
I tend to look for the chart that is currently fighting with the 50 in real time, and then move up or down from there.
It's my favorite time. Falling knife time.
Like if we go to the 15,
A falling knife for me appears at support where you have acceleration in the speed of the drop. Like that's where you have really acceleration.
a falling knife for
Like
me means there's no targets left underneath. Structure has broken.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like at support, like if like you could get a falling knife here if we start accelerating downward like hell below 103. Anything above that, like it's more a retrace of a pump, or it's more like now of course when you zoom in maybe we can call it a falling knife here too, but not really.
Point is to try to demystify or take some of the fear away from price going down. Like everybody gets so scared and it's like paralyzing.
Even on the 1 minute it's not a falling knife because it went upward a bit before continuing down, and there's no acceleration. It's like the same rate. But we'll see. I don't think that it makes any sense to close that gap now.
Is there a
I'm
reason for
biased, of
that?
course. Yeah, because markets gapped up again. So we have two gaps. Well, there are two gaps in front of us.
What does that have to do with our market makers? You think they're worried about what
I
Legacy
don't
is
know,
doing?
but there's money coming to Legacy, and
Okay,
like,
but
can we at least
what
get
does that mean for Bitcoin's CME gap?
it doesn't necessarily mean
Wow.
anything, but still, I think it's
I
got
mean,
a chance at not doing that to disappoint traders, I guess.
like when I'm
I'll be right back
confused
in a
on why
second.
Legacy is breaking decoupling from Bitcoin, I always look at it and it tends to be Bitcoin going to fill a CME gap, and then it tends to get back on track after the gap is filled, and then if sentiment in the market overall is bullish, Bitcoin responds to it. But I don't think anything's going to stop it from going back and getting CME gaps. I know we've left stuff behind, so I get that, but like, there's not enough bullishness to leave this one behind. That's just my opinion.
It's been 24 hours, right? And if it wasn't for Legacy pumping the whole day like hell, I think that gap would already be filled.
I agree. I'm not saying it's still not it's correlated, right? Like I'm just saying that Bitcoin can continue to go down if it's going after a CME gap and then and then pivot,
it can,
right?
but it doesn't seem the most likely outcome here, but it can, yeah.
I mean, we've been bleeding for a few hours, man.
Well, it's down 2%, yeah. Yeah, maybe, yeah.
It's just
well,
like
it's
a temporary.
It would be a very bearish sign, in my opinion.
I think it would be bearish if it can't find a bottom after it falls to the CME gap. That would be bearish, but then That's where it starts to get gambling for
Also,
me.
when you look at the pump, the timing of it was when Legacy reopened. So, you know, what pumped us isn't crypto money. People in crypto are more or less, well, they're still bearish because they think the bear market has started, I guess. It's Legacy money that pumped us right when CME opened.
Slick shoes.
There's
I
a
just
difference.
said, hold on,
Look,
Zuzi.
think
Slick
about
shoes
it.
is. That's exactly what I said. Slick shoes. I don't think we're. Never mind. I said if we've left CME gaps before because we were super bullish. You call it FOMO. I call it bullish.
But it's not the case here, right? It's when, like, how to
Exactly. We're not bullish. I mean, we may be long, but I don't think anybody's feeling really like euphoric right now.
It's not that. It's that Bitcoin didn't pump on Saturday or on Sunday morning. It pumped right for CME close. Open on Sunday evening, right? Like the impulse happened 1 hour before CME opened, right? That's the tricky part of this gap. It's not like people bought Bitcoin during the weekend and, you know, when they opened, we ended up higher.
Yeah, I'm with.
You see what I mean? Like the timing
yep.
of the up move was for the weekly close, and it wasn't like it's not crypto money getting in. It's coming from, well, maybe ETFs or outside.
I mean, liquidity flow. I can
I guess
see that keep us from dumping, but I don't see it like mooning to crazy levels.
it probably doesn't matter where, at what time we pumped, but it makes it a bit of a different type of gap, I guess.
This is why I always say when Bitcoin, it tends to, like, I don't know how many Sundays we've seen this where you see trickles of it Saturday night my time where I'll start waking up. Bitcoin is holding. It's not doing crazy pumpage, but it's not retracing because it wasn't retracing all Sunday. Like there was times when I thought it was going to retrace and it didn't. It broke out of the weekend trap. But I've seen this so many Sundays, man. But you correct me if I'm wrong. It always takes it back when Monday wakes up, Monday or Tuesday. Always takes it back. At least it has been lately.
Maybe it's like 70% probability, but that's it. You know, in 2024, we saw overall the stock market outperform Bitcoin too. Like for a whole year, we were correcting downward, right, towards 75, while towards 48K, sorry. While the stock market just kept putting new all-time highs, continuing to rise, and the behavior we notice here reminds me of that, and that's this can last for a while. You know, like Bitcoin doesn't have to follow SPY or Nasdaq. It's just it gives a bit direction, right? And when you see it, is this a blow off top happening on SPY? I don't know, but when you see it break out and impulsively move higher, while Bitcoin is like still trying to recover from a flash crash. Well, Bitcoin didn't crash, but you know the crypto market is trying to recover from a, I don't know what you want to call it, a whale exiting. For me, it's someone who exited the market by 10%.
But are you lowering your standard of what a blow off top is? Because I only have a couple of them in my history, and they seemed really violent to me. And this didn't seem.
But look,
this seemed like a nothing burger. Like
no,
I'm not talking about
not on
the
Bitcoin.
10th.
Check.
Yeah.
Not well. Yeah. Well, instead of having a blow off top, we got a blow off bottom, basically on the 10th. They reverted it. But look at SPY, how impulsively it's moving higher into price discovery. Like it's not just. You know, it's not just I make a new all-time high, people sell into me, and I slowly grind up. It's like it's in a hurry to pump.
I'm with you, Jack. At the last 10, 12 weeks, you nailed the description from Saturday night through Tuesday.
Yeah, dude. Like, and I don't mean I'm bearish because of that. I get out in maybe I get out prematurely on my alts because I know a retrace is coming, and like, look, that doesn't mean I'm like Notre Damus or anything. I mean, Dbloc charts it. He's like, look, it's three. We talk about
Fake
all the
out.
time. Three, yeah, fake to the upside. Retrace or grab CME gap or whatever. Like, it just seems like when it's getting ready to take off, it's like fake, psych. Like.
No, it's about confluence in the end, right? Like I was there also to short or not short the double top up there. Well, the higher high on Bitcoin. Unfortunately, alts are still in a downtrend. Most of them didn't put a higher high there, so there was no shorts on these altcoins. But on Bitcoin, there was a nice short entry. The thing is about confluence, like when you see that leading stuff is just not showing any weakness, then I don't know. I'd like to think that Bitcoin isn't going to go as low as it typically would after an upward move. Yeah? And in particular, filling that CME gap right now, to me, well, yeah, it might happen, but it's less likely than the typical CME gaps you're seeing. In my opinion, like maybe it's just 60% instead of 80% typically. Who knows?
Slick Shoe said it was a good point about low liquidity Saturday nights or low liquidity Sundays. It's like a false sense of security, right? Like it's going up, but the volume is kind of crappy and it looks good and everything's holding and it looks like it's launching, and then the big boys come in on Monday when they come back from their yachts.
Yeah, and at 10 o'clock, exactly when ES opened, we got a big impulse. Do you want to buy the CME gap when it gets filled?
Yes. CME cap for sale.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I wouldn't. It's just, 112 is still high. Support is much lower. No, I wouldn't. I mean, I would scalp it long, I guess, but.
Hey, Dbloc, you should look at this coin. It's acting kind of interesting. I don't own it. I'm just wondering. Like it refuses to come down even during this. And it's not even that little. Oh, 50 million.
What's the ticker? Hey, Trump. Trump reached $8 while I was gaming. Cool. That's
Mavia.
That's a TP. What? Mavia?
Yeah. Look how it's acting. 50 million. The gaming token.
Aye.
Look at
Sad
this.
story.
What is
happened?
going on?
Honestly, what happened in March?
Sad. Doesn't look very sad to me.
But it's down 99.9%. I mean,
Wow. I'm not going back that far. I'm talking about right now.
No, but as an asset, like if you were early investor,
I don't. I'm not.
Maybe it's the Coinbase Binance chart. That's wait, I'll check on Bybit.
I mean,
It's the
actually,
same.
you're kind of talking towards what I want to say. with like
But it's a dead coin that's showing a candle of life, right? So maybe you gotta do. I would do a bit of research. Maybe there's news on saving the project. But when you're down 99%, typically you're at risk of getting delisted and all. And maybe in order to avoid that, they came up with a marketing plan. Maybe they, I don't know, a partnership, renaming the coin, anything. There might be a bit of news on it. But even if there's no news, it's going for that daily 200, right?
Oh, okay. I just
Maybe
wanted
there's
to
a link
short.
with Trump. Trump also had an impulse up. I don't know. Maybe it's political.
There's no link with Trump with this.
So it's gaming, right? Maybe they released a new version of the game, or
Let's see. Yeah, I guess I should probably look. Yeah.
But technically, yeah. Once you're above 1 cent,
Yeah.
look at last time. It went from 1 cent straight up to 6 cent, and then resumed its natural tendency to go down over time. And here it's doing a bit the same thing, rebalancing upward to then just probably resume its natural tendency to go down.
Yeah, I want it to go down.
But I know you want to be in it when it's when it's low for that quick move up, right? And then get the hell out, because after that it takes 6 months to come back down and then do another one.
No, I want to. I want to short it here.
Good luck. Good luck, but these small cap alts, man, they can blow off. Be careful. Like, it seems expensive right now compared to a few days ago, but compared to 2 days ago. But this can still go much higher too. What's the market cap? It's probably
50.
very small, no? 50 million.
About there.
Yeah,
48.
It's
Maybe.
just, if the market cap is 50 million, just one guy buying. Wait, 50 million? You said it's 100 to 1, right? 500. Like, this is just one guy that might have dropped $500,000 on the project, and he made a scandal up.
That's what I think.
It might be less than that even to make it pump 200%.
Some pump is about to dump.
Someone started a party.
I don't think anyone's coming.
Did it reach golden off that last down leg? Wait. I think we were right there, no? Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, well, for me, party's over. Well,
Aha.
Now, yeah, if you want a true reversal, then you gotta fib it since November of last year, right? So then party isn't over, but at least it reversed its down move since March. But if you want to reverse it since November 24, then
it's saying it's a short squeeze. AI is saying it had heavy short interest.
Yeah. Oh, but that can escalate more than 200%, though.
Yeah, it's a short squeeze. They were shorting it hard. Market
Shorting
makers.
it hard after a 99% drop.
Yeah. Hey, I'm sure I shorted.
Wait, when did they short it? Probably a long time. Well, they've been shorting it since last 18 months, probably. But
I just shorted it right now. But the other one I shorted that you probably are gonna laugh at is KDA.
No, I got wrecked a bit by KDA. No, it's not significant, but yeah.
On
I
a
had
short. On a short.
No, on a spot, no stop loss buy.
Oh, you should have buy it. I thought it was dead. I was just waiting for it to continue to burn.
It's getting delisted and all now.
When they delisted it, I was crushing it at first, shorting it. It was just going down. And then some whale just kept coming in. And every time there was a big long drop, all of a sudden they would just spike it right up and just liquidate everybody that was the shorts, and it would go down for a while. Then bam, spike.
You remember what price that was at?
Oh, I could go back and find out here real quick. It was just
I got
last
you.
week. I started off like gangbusters. I was kicking butt, and then all of a sudden,
Yeah.
you keep going like that, and you keep piling in more and more, thinking you're just going to get more. And then all of a sudden, you got kicked right. Oh, you know what? They took it completely. That's right. I went to go check it this morning. They completely took it off. Let me go back in my history here.
It's on my exchange, and I continue to short it at about probably 765, and it's done nothing but go down since.
Badger was the same way. I was kicking butt on Badger. Then
I'm still in it.
if I
Not a
can,
lot of money, but a lot of percentages though, but not a lot of money. But oh well.
God, it won't even pull up the. It won't even pull up the data anymore. If I can get some more
Damn it.
details.
What exchange was that on?
I'm on BY
BTC.
DeFi.
Oh, BY DeFi.
BY
Oh,
DeFi.
on DeFi, man. Wow, they pulled it off at that. Golly, it's totally. Why is it still listed on weeks? I wouldn't say short. Maybe we'll see.
Yeah, they even put zeros and everything at the closing prices and stuff, and they just completely
Oh,
wiped it.
great! I hope it goes to all zeros. That would be quite a gain. I guess after it goes to that, I'll have to close it.
No, the
Anyway.
exchange will close it for you. Don't worry.
Oh, okay.
Because they delist before stopping to provide liquidity.
They'll just pay me still. So.
Yeah.
What's another coin I was looking at? Toshi seems been acting pretty happy lately. Have you seen that?
Oh, there's some small caps that are still green.
Yeah, it's not even dumping here.
But mostly alts are down like 5% today. Oh, 4, 3, 4, 5%. Well, Bitcoin is barely red, right?
Let's see. What about some bigger coins? What about
Nasdaq closing 2% higher while Bitcoin is red? Well, betting on the wrong horse.
Sui and Beam are coming down quite a bit. Let's look around. Let me know if you see anything. Looking around.
Shitcoins. Buy SKI if you don't know what to buy. Terrible advice.
I'll go to crypto bubble. No, I'll go to.
Ask it what's the most bearish coin. Everybody forgot about that. There's still a bit potential, and
8.
Where the devs haven't given up. Moved to another project.
8. What's another one?
Ape, Ape, we just need some sign of strength. Well, it's true for all these alts.
Balancer.
Ape. I haven't heard Ape in a long time. What happened to that thing? Is it at a penny yet?
It's on.
Well,
it's on.
Below
live support.
$1.
Get in Zcash.
I was in Ape last week. It was doing pretty good.
Was it?
What?
God, I haven't heard that thing in so long.
Wow,
44 cents.
I wouldn't touch
Can't remember if I was longing or shorting it, but I was making some.
You must have been short.
Huh.
It's definitely something to short. I'd short the hell out of it if it goes up.
I remember that thing at $30, man.
Another one.
Longed it. Longed it there.
Oh, WorldCoin.
Why short something that's down 99% already? I mean, I guess it can go another 99% down, but
Trend is your friend?
No, trend is my enemy. I fight it all the time.
I don't know about that.
Christine?
Yeah.
Hi, Jeff. How are you?
Oh, it's Monday.
I mean, go back on the charts to see, look what direction it's going.
Yeah, it's more likely to continue the trend downward, right? But
Yes.
as a reversal trader, I'm looking for catching the reversal of a trend, right? So, like on Bitcoin for today, for example, it reversed, right? We made an uptrend since the crash day because you can see a zigzag, upward zigzag, very tiny higher high, but it's a higher high.
Yeah, because you're
So
trying to catch a
yeah, so now
reversal.
that the trend is up on Bitcoin, I'm fighting the trend, trying to short Bitcoin.
Well, technically, the trend is always up on Bitcoin.
Yeah, but even on the small time frames, like now Bitcoin is an uptrend, so people are expecting.
Oh, now
a higher
you
low,
want now you want to be small.
No, you know what?
You're
We've
like
hardly ever used
big.
those.
Open
I
mic.
think there's an open mic, but I'm not sure.
Business talk.
Yeah, what was that Jack or whatever?
So yeah, no, honestly, personally, the trend is not my friend. Quite the opposite, actually. Well, even anybody who took a short today on Bitcoin is fighting the trend now, on a bit bigger time frame than the 5 minutes where you shorted.
Then I have the perfect coin for you. Then Popcat.
Nah, cats are. Dbloc said it would be the cat here like 2 years ago now. I think we need to change animal. How about snakes? I don't know anything else, but cats. Nah. We got dogs, then cats. What's the next move? We got monkeys with ape.
Yeah, ape.
We're running out of animals. Like,
yeah, you could go long on Melania.
It's got positive funding rate now, so no.
Did it go? Didn't it just
And it's
go
too
up?
late. Today
Oh
we saw.
wow! It went
Yeah,
up 30%.
It's in an uptrend now, so I'm okay shorting it actually. It
Wow.
made a high, right, Melania?
Okay, now you're talking.
Yeah, but fighting the trend again because it's now in an uptrend, right? I'd
Not
wait
really,
and see.
because
These odds are
it's
still
not.
so low.
It's
Better off
not
shorting
in an
Bitcoin.
uptrend. You're too short on your turn. You need to look a little farther back, and you'll find out that it's not an uptrend.
There's an overall downtrend, but that's like macro, right?
I think so.
But if you look at at the zigzags since the crash to 4 pennies on Melania,
Let's look.
then you see it went up, then it corrected down, and today it went up again, and it managed to make a high. And it's still, by the way, it's still. Oh no, it's not. No, it's back above. It's back below the previous high.
14.
So that's definition of an uptrend, right? Higher high, higher low, higher high.
Looks like a pump and
uptrend.
dump to me. I don't trust that at all.
So the most likely now is that it puts a higher low, right? It could go all the way down.
Oh yeah.
To
right
10.
back.
Yeah, it could go all the way down to 10 cents, but as long as it doesn't go below 9 cents, it's still a higher low. And then you would expect the trend, your friend, putting a higher high too. And at that point, you'll have reversed a bit the bigger downtrend.
Trump and Melania are at it today, huh? I don't know where.
Yeah, there's probably something going on there with these political coins.
Funny.
But they just dropped too much, maybe?
Virtual gave back 5%.
You know, Trump went from $80 down to $1. Like,
there we go. That's very.
Even if you didn't catch it at $1, you could have got it at $4 easily. I'm just playing it with powers of 2, so.
I got back in virtuals. Yeah,
Get
nice
you a little
little bounce.
5%. Was it already bounced?
But yeah, Trump became worthless for a while there.
A little bit. It's still worthless. And Melania is even more worthless.
Yeah.
That's
To me, they're right. They're right there with Ghibli. You know, have you ever heard of that? Ghibli. Is that still on? Yeah. That was another one. Wasn't that the president of that other country's coin, Ghibli? Nicaragua or something. Ghibli. I forgot how to spell it. Man, I saw it the other day. Ghost knows what I'm talking about. There it is. Ghibli. GHIBLI. Stay away. Let me see that on the 6 month. Doesn't look as bad as I thought. Here's another psycho coin. I better stop saying this stuff.
Psycho coin, what's that?
Yeah, I don't want to tell people on here. How can I tell you without saying it? It's an AI coin, and it's 900 million. You can find it. Starts with a C.
Tesla was very late to this pump, right? Maybe it still has room.
I think I heard Dbloc say it before I could say it. COAI. Beware. It's
yeah, that's that China coin.
Take a look at where it's at right now. It's at that support before it rips.
Yeah, but you're coming from 30 cent, right? Oh,
yeah, chart that.
5,000% up.
I want to hear
Double
this.
top and now double bottom.
What do you got? What do you think?
Well, like Dbloc says, tight invalidation, because if it doesn't hold, it doesn't. And with enough time, it'll come back down at 40 cents.
If you had to make
50.
a trade here, what would you do if you were forced?
I'd attempt a long, yeah.
Really? That's what I'm thinking. It couldn't hurt. Spot. You want to do it?
What is this? It's down 75% already? Or...
We could throw like $10 on it long spot for fun.
Nah.
No.
Too much diversification isn't good either.
You never know.
But yeah, it's up 5,000%, but it also divided by 4 its value since Saturday? What? What is this?
I told you it's sick.
It's been like 48 hours, it's down 75%. It's early stage now, is it? It's a new coin, probably. But yeah, pretty successful one.
I don't know what to make of this chart, man. This is, I don't know. Crypto face longed it. from like 7 cents a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, he got wrecked.
It wrecked it.
Yeah, he got wrecked.
Where he longed at 7 cents, it's at $4, and he got wrecked.
Oh, he longed it at 7 cents?
Yeah, no, not 7 cents, $7. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, okay.
I was gonna say he'd be a billionaire by now.
Yeah, I'm tripping. Man, you get to look at all these damn coins.
No, I get you, man. It's all just numbers in the end. It's just crazy.
Just looking at brown and
But
stuff.
I'd wait for it to break the support, though. Stop out everybody who's thinking about buying it here. Right? Like I wouldn't buy Co AI yet. I would wait for it to break a bit the support. Put a lower low. At least put a lower low. See the volume increase with those stop losses getting triggered, and if we get after that stop loss hunt, if we rise back above 4.3, then yeah, maybe it'll be in a hurry to go back to the mean. Yeah. But which mean? Because the mean
I know, right?
yeah, if you go, there's no mean on the daily. It's studio of a coin. You don't even have a 200 MA.
You know, like I have this I know I've said this before, but it's just kind of funny right now. Like I have this automatic Bitcoin buy in my Fidelity account, and according for me to get the discount, the no fees, it has to be automatic, and I can't buy when I want. And also got to just a few more hours, man, and it'll buy at the bottom of the CME gap.
There you go. You'll be
It's
close,
just
baby.
funny though, because I'm stressing out because if it buys right here, then that's not good, right? But like, you know, it kind of sucks. It's like, do I lose more money in fees or do I lose more money in the price going down? You know what I'm saying? Like I have to like decide which one.
If it's an automatic DCA buy, don't even bother, no.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not worried about long term. It's just funny when I'm watching the charts for other reasons, you know, knowing that you have that DCA or just buy whenever. Like who else does that? Does the Sailor does that? He just buys whenever.
Are you gonna stop when the bear
It
market
doesn't
is
make
here?
you know, on the long run, it doesn't make any difference. So that's why I'm like, don't even bother, right? Because if you bought $100 of Bitcoin every month for the last 4 years, the difference between having tried to time it out and not having done so, I'm pretty sure it's close to zero. Hell, you might do worse.
Yeah. So, Emad, the answer to your question is that I can pause it. So I don't really stop
cool.
it, but I can pause it like for like 4 months or something like that without getting
Well,
charged fees or
couple
whatever.
pauses.
Yep.
That's cool. Any interesting coins?
Like when ETH went down to 900, man, I've said this story before, but it's worth mentioning. I wasn't trading in the bear market, and I kind of regret that because I wish I was with you guys during the bear market. But I had an automatic payment coming out of my bank account into my Coinbase account to buy ETH. I think it was like bi-monthly, the entire bear market, and I did not know that it was. I forgot to turn it off. Like, so to be fair, I was also buying the falling knife too on ETH, so it's not like this was all like beautiful. But I bought the entire bear market, and I logged into Coinbase like right before I joined Tame's channel because I was trying to get back into crypto again. And I'm like, why do I have so much ETH? I don't understand. And then I looked at the transaction history, and I was buying like $350 every 2 weeks of ETH for like 9-10 months or some shit like that.
Well,
I
you're in it
wouldn't
for the
forget
long
about that. What happened in the end? Did you sell it after?
Well, so you know when ETH pumped in like November or earlier this year and got to 4,000 and then retraced, I sold there, and that's what I've been trading that. I've been losing my profit from ETH for this stupid season we're in right now, but it just proves that leaving things alone and not over trading is like a strategy, and I tend to forget that.
Depending on the chart, it can be a very good one. You know, when the chart is upward angled, yeah, it's a very good one. When it's more a sideways chart, then it's not a good one. And when it's a downward chart, it's a terrible one. Right? Like imagine
Yeah, I
you
mean,
did that on Trump, for example, or on ICP,
or
or
Matic, because I was a huge Matic
yeah,
fan, and Matic just went
yeah.
down to stupid levels, and you even warned me it was going to do that.
Really?
Yeah, you were like, man, this thing could go down to 27, whatever, and I was just like, I didn't make fun of you, but I was just like, I didn't know that.
Matic is, you know, it's accumulating at bear market bottoms there. I don't know if it'll ever go back up, but we'll know when it wakes up. People will start
But my
talking about
point
it.
is that I felt safer in ETH because ETH dropped so much, you know, and ETH wasn't going away, and so I just was buying a little bit, and I didn't think that I was buying bi monthly like that. I don't know, but it was kind of nice to see that, you know, to see that, like, hey, maybe you shouldn't overtrade. Maybe you should just DCA during, you know, an accumulation period.
But for me, the whole point of trading is to do exactly that. Right? It's to extract money, to put it on the side in a longer term
Investing
play.
is. I don't think about trading, man. Like, I don't know, maybe like long-term trading, that's not even swing at that point. I don't know what you call that. That's just investing, I think. That's what I thought. You just
No,
like
it could be
what is it?
a cycle play if you want to sell it, expecting a year of downtrend eventually.
But I'll be
Oh
honest
yeah,
with you,
it's investing, like you said. Yeah.
I didn't buy when ETH went down to 1400 this time, and I you know, like whatever. I was focused on other things, but ETH has made ETH has been more stable for me, and has made me more USD than anything else. And I'm not even an ETH person, man. I could really, to be honest with you, could give two shits less. I couldn't give two shits less about its narrative. Like, I don't care. Like,
It
you know
doesn't
what I'm
have
saying?
any. I mean, it's not a cool one. It's real world tokenization or something like that. But wow.
I mean, even after I saw Vitalik pick his nose live on screen, I even still said, you know, I would buy ETH if, you know, but I just didn't. I don't know why I didn't. It would just seem scary when it was at 1500. I don't know. I don't know why, but you know, what do they say? Scared money makes no money.
But of course it was scary. But below 1800 on ETH, like for me, there's no doubt. You know, ETH isn't gonna disappear. Maybe its price will go to zero, but you know, it'll still be around. And when you're below macro SRs, it's like I wouldn't sell at that point because, well, I guess at least you get something back, right? But but still, like it's just buy, and it's the same with Bitcoin and 28K. That line has moved higher, of course. Now it's 50K. Yeah. Below 50K, I don't care how low it goes after that. I honestly don't care. Like I'll just buy every 10K down below 50K.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way with my Fidelity account. Just, I don't know. If we get confirmation that we get a top, and I don't really know what that's good. I mean, there's different ways of doing it, and that I trust in somebody else smarter than me to figure that out. I will pause my
It's a weekly
allocation.
close under the 50.
What?
Two of them. That's what I heard. 2 weekly closes in a row under the 50 on Bitcoin.
Yeah, but by that time, man, you've lost so much if you were longing there. That's like kind of late indicator. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just.
I guess you can go with one.
We did that. Wait, you said the 50 EMA on the weekly, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay, we didn't close below it. Yeah.
Personally, I'm looking at CBBI. I don't know what y'all looking at, but I don't know. I'm a simple man.
What is this? I'm not gonna say it.
Oh, the daily is in, right? Damn. Now it happens 1 hour earlier for me, at least. Oh yeah, pretty
Right.
pretty ugly rejection candle. Well, well.
Any coins you're looking at, Zuzi?
I'd look only for sells anyway. Bitcoin isn't that support, right? So
Looking for shorts?
no, I'm not interested in shorting. No, not really. Yeah, maybe we can get a 5. Well, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, maybe you can even extract. Actually, if this is the dead cat bounce and Bitcoin's already done, then you can extract a lot from this shorter. And we'll get another. Well, we might get another lower high after, right? So I don't know. Like, let's imagine tomorrow's market dump 4% because that's what they need to do to fill CME gap. Oh wait, am I exaggerating? Yeah, you need 3%. Look, listen. Tomorrow on Nasdaq, you need 3% down to fill the gap that Bitcoin is trying to fill. Well, the one left on.
That's a good point, man. Usually after a pump in like tech stocks, we get a kind of a mild dump the next day, so that might just be time perfect.
Right, and I think it'll hold though. Like even if we get a very red day, this 108 is likely to hold.
Dude, tech got good earnings, man, and Microsoft's projected to also have good earnings, so I don't know.
Well, let's assume all of it goes to, let's assume the stock market stops its pump and this ends up like a bit like a blow off top. Although, wait a second. It's not enough for a blow off top. No, we need more. And then you get, only bearish news and maybe people long bearish news, and then we can wreck them by going down. Because that's what you need to really top a bull run. You need people longing even bearish news. But yeah, 3% down. If that translates into 10% down on Bitcoin, oh, you'll be at 105, yeah.
I don't know, man. CME gap is good enough for me, man. I should make any more of it than that.
It's 1.5% lower.
Yeah.
It's a scalp. I mean, it's a scalp. It's a bit of a scalp, right? Sell 116, buy 112. Yeah, I mean it's a good scalp.
What? I don't want them too much craziness. That's fine. I'd be happy with that. We continue.
Not if it goes to 105 after, eh?
No, I don't want to. No, I don't. Please don't do that again. I hated that.
Maybe if Nvidia reaches 220, people will TP it to buy a bit crypto. No, I don't know. There's gonna be a point where you're so rich that you want to diversify, and
You know
Get
what,
out
man?
of AI.
There's two theories here. One theory is the AI bubble is about to burst, and then there's others saying it can 17x get 17 times larger the bubble than it is right now. So it's really confusing depending on what ideology you've been like, you know, breathing. I mean, that's a big discrepancy, right? 17 times bigger versus it's about to break.
Well, it did 20x up, right?
I know, man, but I don't think people really understand the extent. And I'm not saying it's all positive from a humanity perspective. I don't even want to get into that conversation. But like, if they're gonna grow this thing, they're gonna grow it, and it's not nothing stopping it.
But it's a bit like Bitcoin, right? Eventually, Elon is gonna come and say that AI pollutes too much. No, he did it for crypto. Now it's becoming true for AI, like all these data centers. We used to use chips to mine crypto, and then I guess that slowed down with proof of stake, and now we're using those same chips for AI. So the pollution level, when you think about it, is exactly the same as 3 years ago. Well, it's worse. It's even way worse today. But when Elon managed to make people sell by flooding Bitcoin, saying it pollutes too much, maybe that's how you could get a dip to buy on these AI stocks. Someone has to campaign a bit against the pollution of AI. It worked on crypto, right? Like Bitcoin dropped 50% after that.
Yeah, but Zeusy, I don't know
public.
if you follow our energy system here. We've finally got reactors approved for the first time in like decades.
Yeah, well, that's another debate, I guess. Nuclear.
I know, but like it
it pollutes less. That's true, but
it pollutes zero unless there's a
well,
disaster.
the thing is,
That's
it
the
doesn't
problem.
matter. It doesn't matter how you make your energy. The question is the usage of it, right? Like, if you use energy for AI, that's energy that's not going to be used for.
That's what I'm
yeah.
saying. You need to look into it. I understand this is a different topic, but the private corporations they're trying to get the government to approve of them creating reactors. So that's number one. And then number two, they've claimed, and I don't know if this is true, so I'm just going by, they're claiming that wherever they build their reactor, the excess energy could go to residential neighborhoods.
Well,
So that's kind of
back to my
scary,
point,
right?
it means more energy, it pollutes more. All right, maybe it's clean because it's nuclear, but I mean, nuclear isn't really that clean anyway, right? But I guess it's cleaner than coal.
Well, I mean, with the new reactor technology, so there's the one aspect of like no longer using water to cool the rods, so that's using liquid metals. There's the chances of a
I like that.
meltdown is like zero, so that's number one. And then number two, if we really do get um, uh, fusion technology, because we know it exists, we know it's working, but it's extremely it's in its extreme infant stage right now. Then you're looking at like, you know, the chances of a disaster being, I'm not saying zero, but
Since
highly reduced.
Since the 1960s, fusion is 10 years away. And today we're in 2025 and fusion is 10 years away. And that's been true since 1960. But I don't know, it's harder than we think, I guess. But yeah, maybe it'll really work on an industrial level in 10 years. Yeah. But even then, same problem, right? It's about the usage of your energy. Producing more, that energy goes somewhere, right? So it's gonna transform stuff. Like, it doesn't matter if it's clean. It doesn't really matter. I mean, I guess it's better than not being clean, but if you use that energy to, well, transform forests into data centers, the harm is the same, right?
Well, the part that concerns me is private industries, companies, which we kind of already do. It depends on what state you're in. They're not controlled by the public utility district, so they're owned by private entities, corporations that are, obviously have to keep their shareholders happy. So like having them control and have giving you who gets access to what is concerning, right? And I say this as somebody who believes in free and open markets, but I don't want corporations to have control of the entire grid. That would kind of blow.
Well, it's already the case now because those power companies, they build power plants for the corporations, and now there's a high need of energy, so they're gonna build new plants. The thing is, I just would rather not have that plant close to my home, right? So I don't know where they plan on building them, but I wouldn't be happy if tomorrow the Microsoft came and said, I'm gonna build a nuclear power plant here, and it's like close to where I live.
Incorrect, Chipper. That's why I said it's state related. Like my state completely owns our dam. Completely. It's not owned by private institution. Next.
Wait till it's a national security issue for our AI to stay running and they start blacking out housing additions to run the AI.
Yeah, well, yeah, that concerns me. I get it.
What? They're gonna cut electricity to houses so that the data centers aren't out of electricity?
Just saying it could happen.
Nah, that's no priorities to the consumers, no. I mean, we have fridges. What's gonna happen to the meat in the fridges? We have data center can just shut off. So what? I don't have AI for a few hours. Not the end of the world. Huh?
Just assume there's a group of people out there that want to control everything. Just assume that and then watch what they do. That's all I'm saying.
Nah, come on. It's not that bad.
Klaus Schwab.
Especially when you look at companies like Google, Microsoft, and all, IBM, and all. They're supposed to be clean, right? With the greenwashing and all.
Chipper, it's not what I think. It's literally publicly owned, completely publicly owned. I can prove it. Get on Discord, message me, and I'll give you the documentation instead of you sitting there yapping.
Yeah.
That's why they want nuclear, right? It's to be carbon neutral. Because otherwise it's going to cost them a lot, no?
That's all right. Just don't.
I think it's just the most efficient, right? Most powerful.
I think nuclear is still more expensive than just burning oil, right? Or coal. So if it was just a money thingy, they wouldn't go nuclear. I guess nuclear can be efficient and cost effective in a country that's really very invested in it, like America or France. But if you think a bit outside US and France and Russia, I guess, and then for smaller countries, it's very expensive because they have to. Well, you need a whole team of. You need a whole generation of workers that are into nuclear tech. Oh, we're building new power plants too in France, and because it's been 30 years, people retired in between. And so I read that we had to buy welders from America, because French welders forgot how to weld correctly in a nuclear power plant, something like that.
That's wild.
Well, it takes a decade, like if you want to invest really in nuclear, it takes a decade to form the workforce, to the knowledge, the technical knowledge is you can't just decide to build it and build it the next day. So most countries have to make it built to another country, right? So it's going to be either an Westinghouse, I think is the company in America, right? Westinghouse you can buy a nuclear reactor from Westinghouse. You can buy it from Russians. France also sells. I guess China also now, but that's it, yeah. And when you do that, it costs a lot. It's like not as competitive as just burning oil, right?
Yeah,
Or coal.
they're talking about putting in like mini ones. I don't know exactly what that means, with all these
Yeah,
supposed,
well,
uh,
low yield reactors, the mini ones are almost as capable in megawatts. Gigawatts.
Yeah, but that's unproven, right? Like, with new tech, there's always a danger. And instead of having one big new plant to protect, now you're looking at multiple smaller plants. Or what if a terrorist tries to steal the thing? Or, like, nuclear
what is the
is
plan for the waste?
yeah, and that's
Oh
another
no,
matter. But
so just looking I know this is gonna like melt people's brains because I'm not saying this as I'm a supporter of Bill Gates because I'm not. The guy creeps me out, and so I'm just gonna say that right off the bat. But his new reactor design uses waste to supply power. I don't know exactly how it works, but it uses waste and molten metal. So it's like I don't know, it's not lava, but to
France has
keep
been
the
doing that for 50 years. It's called MOX. You can recycle use the nuclear fuel to make it go again in the reactor.
yeah.
But it's even more it's even more dangerous after you do that.
Well, like the waste that comes out from that is worse.
Yeah, because they mix
Crazy.
it with plutonium, or I forgot exactly, but it's called MOX, MOX. If you want, if you're interested in the subject, and it's not new; it's 50 years old.
Wow, metal
And
waste.
I think we sell it to Australia or something like that. France
Yeah, but
sells
I'm
it.
saying the combination of like not using water, it could be because a lot of our meltdowns, or at least Chernobyl, some part of it is all the water evaporated and the rods couldn't be cooled, so it caused a reaction.
Yeah, or Fukushima. Yeah.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying is his design is doesn't use water to keep the rods cool. I mean, I'm not just making this up. You can actually go do the research.
Oh,
You
no,
can
I
go
know, I know.
read it.
It's called SMBs. It's small nuclear reactors, and there was who was it? There was someone who was giving us financial advice to invest in that stock. There's a stock linked to small nuclear reactors. I forgot the ticker.
I'm sure
Would
those little
be
stocks pump because that was, big news around probably at the time in November or December when everything else pumped.
But it
04.
was linked to energy crisis, right? Like I think they had a nice pump. Well, people invested in those when we had energy. Well, we are still in energy crisis, by the way. But yeah, with energy becoming scarce and the uses for it being more and more, like there's still no slow in the increase, right? When you look at how much energy a human uses, it's just at almost exponential increase. So
Well, Trump was talking about it too, on the campaign trail and all of that.
yeah.
He was
Well,
he
and
was
then you have
pitching
the
it.
war in
Basically pitching
Ukraine.
it.
The war in Ukraine for Europe. We're supposed not to buy too much energy from Russia. But that doesn't change the equation, right? The same production is consumed by the same people, whether there's a war or not. It doesn't matter.
Well, you brought up the point earlier how long it takes. So, you buy a stock like that and they're just talking about it as far as I know. I haven't really researched it, so correct me if I'm wrong,
ESG.
but how long is that going to take to actually pay off? Does it even happen? And then DeepSeek comes out and says, "Oh, we're not going to need all this power and all of that." And then,
Have you heard about ESG? Social corporate governance. Some type of World Economic Forum type thing that like has to do with controlling corporations to where they like make
Anyway,
the
I was just trying to come up with a bullish argument. AI pollutes too much, so they should slow down over there and put some money on Bitcoin.
something they do. They put these rules over corporations to control them financially by taking away investment if you don't follow their ESG corporate World Economic Forum rules that they put over you. And Larry Fink is I believe he's the corporate chairman of the WEF. Did you know that? I have to go look that up again. All right, sorry guys. Just forget it. The reason I brought it up is because it kind of has something to do with what you were saying with the nuclear power and all of that.
No, man, I was hearing you, man. I was talking to someone else near my desk. Sorry.
Me too, and I don't know what ESG is, but you said earlier 17x, right? Before the bubble is over, right? I think there's a mid ground between 17x.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
What is it like? What is it like in between predictions? It always ends up sitting in the middle somewhere, right?
Well, yeah, it seems a bit too much, right? So 17x, another 17x up, but yeah, somewhere in the middle could be a plan, right?
But I mean, like, but when I say that, like the article I read didn't necessarily mean 17x in like investment value, but like 17x in growth, like them literally having 17x more data centers, 17x more models, 17x more, like job replacement or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know if there's any, a 1-to-1 ratio to the investment of said AI versus like the infrastructure of AI 17x. And I'm sure like the dollar value lies somewhere in there, right? Like who knows what that is. And I'm not claiming to wrap my head around it because my head's not wrapped around it at all. I'm just bloviating.
Yeah, it's kind of easy to see. I'm going to keep it real vague here. You're going to combine all the environmental stuff you're talking about, the crypto stuff that we're into, the big players that are in the, in certain positions. Once you put those things together, it's kind of easy to see what's going on here.
And on Legacy, we even broke out the 61% of COVID recoveries pump. This was mini COVID. April dip was mini COVID. It was half the size of COVID's dip, right? So, but we're already getting a push into price discovery. That's 61% of what happened at COVID crash. on on SPY, we're currently 10% higher than where the Trump crash started. So yeah, it can continue for a while before we get another corrective move out.
My question is, how does it respond to real estate crash? How does it respond to end of cycle, end of decade cycle? Can they still hold their value when everything else is going poo-poo?
I don't know, but that's maybe why it's in a hurry to pump. But we'll see what happens tomorrow, right? But if we have again acceleration to the upside, like even more, today it's 1.8% higher. Like if tomorrow I see 2.2 or I don't know, like more than even today, right? If it's even accelerating higher, then I think it's gonna smell blow off top. It's hard to guess how high when you're in price discovery. We need price to tell us that it topped. So you can't.
I mean, it's kind of crazy because the stock market went from, the bottom of the stock market, like 2008, 2009, it went to 6,800 or whatever, and then we went up to 30,000 during that period. And everybody thinks that, oh, we're at highs in the Dow or whatever. And I've kind of felt, and I don't know, you can see it in the chart, that ever since we got over the 30,000s, man, we've been kind of stagnant. Like that jump from 6,800 to 30,000 was the biggest jump, right? And I thought we'd see a huge retracement, and we didn't. Well, I think we went down to 19,000, but like this doesn't really scare me because to go from 34,000 to 45,000 or wherever we're at right now, Dow speaking, doesn't seem like out of control, right? If I just feel like we've been stagnant, you know, after the COVID recovery. So in like some aspects, you can think that we're like due for, the bubbles bursting, we're due for a correction, or things are out of control, like you said, Zusi, inflation could be justifying the current prices as they are. I know that's one of your arguments.
But it makes sense, just because, but not, well, yeah. You want your stocks to at least have the same value over time, right?
I just don't think that a Dow being in the 40,000s is like that. It's not that like impressive. The jump prior to COVID was the biggest, in the like post 2011 was the most impressive out of control stock market.
But you're right, because it was at 25,000 back in 2018, right? So 7 years later, I mean, inflation probably explains like half of the up move already, right? Just inflation. Because if it's 3% on the course of 5 years, then it was lower before that. I mean, I just average it to 2%, and yeah, just
think about it,
inflation
dude.
probably explains half of it. So.
We were in low interest rates during the Obama administration, and yet we went from 6,800 to 20,000. You know what I'm saying? Like crazy times, man. I'd love to have those times back. But it's also scary too. When it goes up too much, it can also come back down.
As long as we're above the previous highs, we just found Dow just found support at 45,000, right?
Yeah.
It didn't turn it. It didn't get accepted back below, so there was no short in the end on Dow, even with that scare from China or whatever happened beginning of October. It gapped up too this week, Dow. Yeah. A week.
Yeah, that's
But if you look on the hourly, it's almost filled. Yeah, 0.1%. You know, the same way ETH couldn't put a higher high, but Bitcoin managed, right? Well, Russell failed to go in price discovery, right? Like, so we see the big caps go into price discovery, like, well, actually, Nvidia didn't, but you know, overall, US 30, US 50, US 100, they all went into price discovery. Even US 500, but US 1000, 2000, Russell, the first 2000 companies. But it didn't. It put a lower high here and then a red candle on the daily, and I guess Tuesday is starting red too. So it's a bit like ETH. Although the whole thing is happening above the previous all-time high, so it's as if ETH was at 5,000 and failed to break out today. Well, which is normal, right? First the big caps, then the smaller ones.
Alrighty, everybody, here we are at the 15-minute 200 EMA. We've dropped below it a bit, and there's some liquidity down to around the 113,888. And if we fall below there, there's another target, 113,742. Below there, on 113,490, on down to 112,757, and then 112,663.
We're gonna dump till midnight. What kind of fans do I get? My fans went out again, so I was gonna buy new ones, but how do you pick, man? There's so many different kinds. I don't know. I don't think the fans, is there really a difference? Just in speeds and brightness, I guess, right?
Hey, BJ. It's good to hear from you again. Hope you're doing well.
Hey, I am. Thank you. Yes, I'm fine. And I hope you are as well.
Hey, BJ. It's good to hear from you again. Hope you're doing well.
I am. Thank you. Yes, I'm fine. And I hope you are as well. All right, so Bitcoin is still struggling with that 200 EMA on the 15-minute chart, but it is trying to find a little support. So let's drop down to the 3-minute and see the progress. All right, so we're making a little attempt here for the early move. There's our 50 MA for the 3-minute chart. That will bring us up. If we can cross over that moving average, that'll be about 114.180. And we've got our descending lines up here all the way up to 114.569. If we break this pivot point here, as I said a little earlier, it would be breaking that support resistance flip of 113.9. So this particular spot, this 113.926, is kind of critical for remaining in our bullish pattern. Not to say you're not bullish, but what I'm saying is that we could dip down from there to the lower tunnel that we left already, which would be from 112.6 on down to about the 110.4 area. So as you can see here, if we continue and we pass that pivot, 113.7 area, there's a trajectory down to about 112.7 with a possible stop here at 113. 113.7, yeah, from here on the left. Again, I don't know how many times we have been up against this seam between, it's like the lower hemisphere and the upper hemisphere. You see this? We see how we had all this price action up here, and then we got that lift up over the 113.9, right there. So that this spot marks this channel back down. All right, so if we were to continue closing underneath this 800 on a 3-minute, that just means that, you know, the structure is broken and it's moving back down, and we have to come lower to find that symmetry again. So the edge of that triangle is 111.641 right here. That's the point of the triangle. And see, here's this descending angular flowing down through, and that will stop about here at 109.7 if we fall out. There is a sharp kind of gap between that 112.7 and the 109.7 area. See that? See how we would be coming underneath that triangle right here. This red line is the bottom line of this blue triangle. I'll go farther out so you can see that. Whoops, I went too far. Sorry. All right, well, I can just do it from here. All right, you see this point? This is the triangle I'm talking about. Right here. See how that 111.641 meets that that point right there on that. Okay, so this is the edge, and we would fall this way. Potentially, I'm not saying we will go all the way down there, but that is because we would be underneath this fib curve, again, the lower edge. So that break between 111 and 110, and then you fall under this bottom side of that this that encompasses that jump, right? And then that leads you to that 108.8, level. And then if you follow it there, then that's the 107.7, 107.9 to 107.7 area, right? So that's what we're facing if we come across that. See, there's that fib line. And it brings it all the way back down to here. So we want to hold that 200 EMA and that 800 on the 3 minute, and then the 200, so to kind of reverse course, that's what we got to do. If we fail that, that's what I'm saying. This is the next spot would be that 112.6. Let me just fix this chart a minute. I moved it too fast. All right. So here is our 6 hour. Now, 6 hours sitting at the daily open. And of course, we got a new daily open now. And we're just below the 5 EMA. See, here's where the 5 EMA dropped between that distance. So we're just underneath that 5 EMA. Then if price begins to roll down, we'll roll towards the 50 EMA on the 6 hour chart. So that brings us here to 111.877, which, that was one of the places that I said we could be testing next. 10. Okay, so now this line, this red line here, from the bottom of this fib, you see it down here at the bottom of my chart. See that fib spiral? This red line that we're coming up to now, from this point, was our angular resistance that we turned into support from here to here. You can see that, and there's that fib spiral that takes us up there. That now we're underneath that line that we had as support from this move all the way up, and then we stopped here, right? And now the structure, the tip of that structure is down here. So that gives you this channel, because this is the angle of which that 6 hours coming up from. See on this triangle, all right? That's that triangle. That's a weird shape from this direction, but now the resistance on the upper side is this angle right there. So that meets this line right at this point right here. So that's 114, 160. Right here. So if I go down on that 6 hour, that is somewhere now between where time, that's where we are now in this 6 hour candle, and then tomorrow at 8 a.m. Okay, so if we aren't gonna if the earlier time frames cannot rise up above that 14.1 to 14.2 level, then that makes us vulnerable for continuation down this path towards 112.663. See, and then here's the other edge where we can drop again even further down to the 110. So it's critical that we change this back into support and move on towards 114.2 to 114.9. So think of this 113, 7 and 8 and 9 area as like a hinge, like you're swinging a door open from here, swinging it back this way towards the 115,000 level. All right, so this makes this the little triangle this way, with the point being up here at 115, 260, unless we fail this angular that you see in the red. Okay, so the orange line here is a 3-day macro line, and then this red line is the angular. Now that was the 6-hour EMA cloud from the TR main indicator that shows, that purple area around the 50 EMA on that time frame. I'll show you to it again. It always gives me a hard time. It closes up. I can't keep it steady there. Okay, so here's the I call this the face. It's the straight edge of the ribbon. Here's the head, right? Think of it as a fish trying to come up out of the water. And then here, the yellow is the 5 EMA. You can see how that price is on the left side of the 5 EMA because price is faster than the average, obviously. Okay, so then price topped out here, up here, and then there's the 5 EMA, and it's this way. Now, price is down below it, so we need to come back up, swing back around, and hit that line right there in order to come across this angular resistance. Because remember that here's that red line coming up from that bottom, and we want to cross over this line here at that point, which is again like the 114.2 to 114.6, and then there's our new pivot right underneath that caution sign. Okay, so there we are. So in order to kind of see what the movement looks like, we go back down to the smaller time frame. There you go. We're over that one line of that channel. So that's a good direction. Plus, you can see this angular where I say pivot point, and then I flow up this way. You can see that we're building upwards in an angular fashion towards 5-minute 50 EMA. So here you can see our first attempt here came underneath this line. Now we are breaking back upwards to try to capture that midline of the 5-minute. So as we go through time forward, we want to go up this way trajectory wise, cross over this one. So we want to stop that descent and not come back below this 800. The 800 here is just above this 113,490 target. See that? So this line will start to be our support line, right? It's still underneath the 113.7, but we want to create new support above 114 now, because here's the 200. See that? So 200, 800, and then in the middle, of course, is the 50. Now look at how it's about to make this little curve. I mean, you can see it subtly right there, that it's starting to curve upwards and fill into this area that way. It's not pointing like straight down. We didn't do this. So looks like it's kind of sliding into the base. If you're talking about baseball and you're coming to put your leg out, make a slide, and you want to touch the base over here. Anyway. Alrighty. How's everybody doing? So my heart goes out to those in Jamaica and in Florida. My daughter texted me today with some news about their area that they used to live in before they moved a little bit further north. Was devastated by a huge amount of rain, and several of the roads washed out, and there was quite a bit of damage. A couple roads even collapsed. So there was like 17 inches of rain. And of course, that hurricane is bearing down on Jamaica. So our thoughts are with those people that are in harm's way.
fix the Discord issue. Hopefully the mic issue is good.
Not the best.
They haven't put no. I missed.
It's just something of like I heard talking about yesterday, like just talking about the 4-year cycle. I don't think it's really valid anymore. The national reserve of crypto and I don't think it's possible for like Bitcoin to massive before, and it's gonna take everything like the way.
Mike's still
that,
screwed. Half your words get dropped off.
that my mic is dodgy. Um. So, like, what I've been looking at for a very long time is like price to come down to like pretty much like between 72 and 69 on Bitcoin to have a master from there. Like, not the end of the bull because I don't.
I guess you were gonna say because I don't think the bull run is over, but coming back down to the previous all-time highs of 4 years ago, by definition,
See,
the
can you
bull
hear
run is
me? Can you
over.
hear me all right?
No,
Is my
no,
mic all
no,
right?
no, it's not. It's exactly the same.
Okay, I'll just be quiet then because it's just annoying.
You can write us in the bubble chat, and maybe someone will comment or read it. But yeah, it could be an interesting point of view. Just write it in the bubble in the chat on Discord.
And I'll put it in YouTube.
Because I don't know what you were gonna say exactly. I'm trying to guess, but
What it look like? Where's China? China buy, sell, do something.
Let's see, we touched a little moving average there. Let's see, AVANT is back on the blocks over there. Little tiny AVANT with so much action. Special project.
What's the word, chat?
Belly. Dang, I left my headphones downstairs. Be right back.
All right. YouTube, what's good? Let's go back from the gym. Gotta go see my gold guy tomorrow to turn in my gold, man. So a sad but a happy day. Guys, it's still Monday. I know everybody wants to everybody wants to skip the 3-day retracement. I do too, but we gotta go through our 3-day pivot before we can get to our midweek reversal. You talking about the one that they play on the obstacle course, Neve? Where they gotta like jump through those bars and shit? There's a subculture out there for everybody, bro.
Where's my knife?
You asking us?
Yeah.
Kitchen, I would guess.
My crypto knife. My fallen crypto knife.
We had a nice little slow retrace here. Then if that 3-day retrace is gonna take us no lower than CME, then it's probably a good idea if we don't get the entire thing done on Monday. You know? I'm okay with us chilling out.
Fine.
In 4 minutes, if we don't take out today's highs, then we've already put in our high for Monday. Let's go back for a second. For people that aren't used to these traps, to show you how this played out. So we had our weekend trap, trap long, trap short. Market maker had a shit job keeping us in the weekend trap, but that resistance kept us from taking out those trap longs. We finally took out the trap longs, signaling the false move up. Right, this was on Sunday. I said, don't be surprised if we come back for CME. We try to come back for CME. We were trying to hold that 50% vector. But I said we would put a new high in on Monday, and that would be our high for the week. So we put in our high on Monday, lower high. Now we're going into our 3-day retracement, which, like I said, does not have to be 3 days of pure down. It could easily be a down day, a up day, a down day. Or it could be a down day, a up day, a sideways day. Right? As long as on Wednesday we're not higher than we were on Monday, then we're valid. It just glitches like that sometimes, Soto. Yeah, because you got the 2-month badge, I believe. I don't even remember the order of the badges. I think the first badge is like silver. Or no, I don't remember. Made sense when I made them. Like I said, I'm looking for a 3-day retracement, which this would be day 1 of. Since we have numbers on, since we got data on Wednesday, we'd have to assume that our pivot comes on Wednesday instead of Thursday. Right, it's data dependent. Usually our midweek reversal happens on Thursdays in crypto. But days where there's big meetings or data, it gets pushed forward. Yeah, I'm still waiting for silver to calm down a bit, man. We said before silver breaks out of that, like legit breaks out of that cup and handle, it's gonna have to consolidate a bit. I'm still planning on putting some gold and silver, but not yet. All about these rotations. A vector gap is an order book imbalance that's left by vector candles. Vector candles are candles that have increased tick volume. Right? 200% the tick volume of the last 10 candles. Your purple and your blue ones have 150% of the last 10 candles. What tick volume is how much the price moves one single pip inside of the price of the candle, right? So you can have high tick volume and the candle be very small because price could just go up, down, up, down, up, down. But we know that to be the fingerprint of market maker adding liquidity, right? So we use the gaps left by those candles to trade into because that's how market maker pays himself. Right, so this green candle right here left a gap unrecovered until we came down and grabbed it. This red candle got recovered by that green candle. This red candle got recovered by these candles. This green candle got recovered by those. That green candle got recovered by those. It's just a way to track order book imbalance and market maker participation. Yeah, I got y'all. We can look at some shit real quick. Just remember, guys, that we are not on rotation. As a matter of fact, let's do this first. Before we do that, I put some charts together to sort of help with that idea of rotation that I've been talking about. Give me 1 second. So these are our phases. Actually, let me change this. Let me not confuse anybody. So these are the phases for our bull market, right? This is what's catching everybody off guard. Remember I say I try to stay only one phase ahead of the rotation. Right now we're in this overlap going into phase 2 on Ethereum, right? And we know that because we look at the phase 2 chart, which is ETH BTC or ETH.D divided by BTC.D. We can see the phases here, right? This is the last time that ETH outperformed Bitcoin during the last bull run. We were in QE at that time, right? This whole time we've been in QT. We found the bottom on ETH BTC, which let us know that we were starting that phase overlap into Ethereum, right? Money flows into Ethereum, but it struggles to keep up with Bitcoin, which is what we're seeing, right? We're waiting for that flip when Ethereum starts outperforming Bitcoin, which is why we're waiting for Ethereum's all-time high, right? That's why I keep saying that. That's why I keep saying that until we get that all-time high for Ethereum, that money flow isn't going to go into the next stage. So if we want to keep track of that stage, then we would go to this chart. So this is how we're going to be able to tell if it's time to go into our phase 3 rotation. One thing I want to point out is how fast that rotation happens when it goes. Right? This entire time here, you're bleeding out. Right? Alter bleeding out against BTC. We'll look at it against Ethereum in a second. Altcoins against BTC, for the most part, their charts all look like this. There's a roof to how high they can get against Bitcoin, right? And there's a floor to how low they can get. So it almost, like Ben always talks about, it almost works as an oscillator. It's almost like an RSI, right? At the top, you switch into your BTC. At the bottom, you switch into your top 10, top 20 alts. So now, do you see how it looks like we could break out, right? But there is a chance that we get one final drop. Look at this bull flag. Look at this bullish channel. The last time we broke out before we went parabolic against Bitcoin. We have that bit of a breakout, right? But then we see that big drop right here. And then it gaps up and out. This was COVID. So ignore this part of the chart right here. As a matter of fact, let me make it easier. All right, boom, it's gone. Whoop, it's back. What in the hell, Dbloc? All right. So this here is where I think we are right now. Right? Tried to break out, had that wick drop down, right? And we're waiting for that move out. Now, once we pop, I expect a bit of a correction, but from there to the top of the bull market on alts, you're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks. Right? That's only 1.5 months. But again, we're not there yet. Right? You can clearly see on this chart that it's not time just yet, because if we do have another drop, or if we pop out and then have this drop, not all the way down, but that drop to retest, alts are going to get cooked. Right? If we look at the same chart versus Ethereum, so now when you put things against Ethereum, they don't look like oscillators, right? They actually gain ground against Ethereum. So if we look at total 3 versus Ethereum, right, we see that move up, then you go into that long consolidation, then you get that next pop. But we've broken out of that channel, we've come back, and we've retested. But it's still showing weakness, right? So again, by looking at the chart, you can tell phase 3 isn't ready yet. Now, this chart specifically is going to let us know when it's time to switch from our phase 3 into our phase 4. Right. Once Ethereum makes its all-time high, and we go into those top 10s, right? What we're talking about is this turn from 3 into 4. We've already talked about that it's not time for 3. You can get ahead of phase 2 if you want and pick up some top 10 large caps and all of that shit, right? But you are still taking a risk. If you're getting anything between 10 and 30 right now, you're taking a massive risk. So what we're talking about is once Ethereum starts to outperform, how do we know it's time, once we pick up our large caps, to get rid of those large caps and go into the riskier shit? Right? And that is here. Right? This is when all the risky shit pumps. Right? About a month. And we're here. Right? In my opinion, we can still come back to the bottom of this range. This is against ETH rally, remember. Right? So ETH going to all-time highs, that move that we're talking about that we need, what it does to this chart is it brings it down to the lows. Then we go. Right? Once you come down to the lows, then we go. Now, yeah, technically, did we hit lows here? Yeah, but it was because of that liquidation wick and all that. And ETH isn't at all-time high yet. Right? It's impossible for ETH to get all-time high and for this to pump at the same time. Right? Because this is others versus ETH. This is all your mid caps, low caps versus ETH. So what we're waiting for right now is for ETH to recover and to start popping trend on the ETH.D, BTC.D chart. ETH pops trend will make that run for all-time high. We make that run for all-time high. Then total 3 BTC will find its lows. Total 3 ETH will find its lows. And others.D, ETH.D will make that move down. Until then, I'm heavy Bitcoin, heavy ETH, and then sprinkled into top 10s. Does that make any sense? So phase 3 has a caution symbol, which means you can go ahead and, because this is what I'm doing, I've already started to go into my top alts. Be very clear about that. Top alts. High market cap 1 through 10 alts. Right? It's okay to start looking at that rotation as long as your your stops are tight and you're being cautious. Phase 4 is still a no-go. Still plenty of room for that to come down. What that means for you is your alts pumping and then giving back everything they've gained.
Damn, so that means we could see lows on many of them still.
Remember, it's on average, right? Because it's others completely, and it's against Ethereum value. So it doesn't mean USD. It just means Ethereum outperforms, right? So that doesn't say that your alts get lower. What it means is that if you get a moment where Bitcoin and Ethereum are moving in the wrong way and dominance is bleeding out of alts, then they're more susceptible to larger dips, right? If things go down, they'll go down more. Doesn't mean things will go down. It just means if things go down, they'll go down more, right? And the coins that are on rotation are going to gain value against the coins that are not on rotation. So if your funds are in coins that are on rotation, when you TP those coins, you can buy the coins that weren't on rotation for cheaper, even though they've gone up in USD value. That's why I said, Goat, that we're in that phase overlap. We're not in phase 2 yet. When we're in phase 2, we've dipped in and out, right? Money flows at Ethereum but struggles to keep up with Bitcoin. Ethereum goes back and forth with Bitcoin and starts outperforming it. Right? That was that move from 1300 Ethereum to all-time highs. Right? It outperformed Bitcoin for a while, went back and forth, struggled to keep up with it. When Ethereum goes into all-time highs when we're in phase 2. It has to get into all-time high and it has to hold support. No, Ethereum is still outperforming Bitcoin every other day, 2 days in a row, and then underperforms a day, and then we're still in that overlap. And we can see it clearly here, right? We're nowhere near. Ethereum usually tops out at about 60% dominance versus Bitcoin. And we're sitting at 21% right now. Look at where we are right now in time. Right? Draw a line all the way across. Go to the monthly chart. Took Ethereum 2 months for the most part to hit all-time high. Little bit of choppiness, right? But in 2 months, it made up all that. A month and a half, really, made up all that time. People forget that ETH just went from 1,300 to 4K plus with little to no retracement at all. I'm not counting on January. I expect alts to be popping from mid-November forward. Right, and most alts, if we look at others, let's just look at a basic others BTC. One, 2, 3 months, 4 months, 1, 2, 3, 4 months. What's going on, River? That's how backed up we are. And that's how much time we have left to fix it. This is the total asset sheet, right? Or a quantitative tightening. This is what we need to start going in the other direction. Need that money printer to start going brr. Let me show you something. This is what alts look like, right? This is others when the Fed starts to print, right? When we come to the end of quantitative tightening. Do you see how long we ran flat in 2000, even in 2016, right? 2014, 15, 16. We were in quantitative tightening at this point too, right? The difference is that we only had 4,000 cryptos, right? So when we started getting more than halfway through our quantitative tightening and the Fed started to cut, it had a sharper effect on our alts. But look at how we reacted for, I mean, shit, what, 3 years? 500 days? Almost 600 days, right? Alts ate shit. Alts ate shit and Bitcoin went nuts. And then we go to our bear market where they really started to, the last time that we were, so you see how steep this is? The last time we were in this level of quantitative tightening or anything near it was during our bear market here, right? We had quantitative tightening, but they really started tightening heavy going into the bear market. Everything went down. This year, we've been quantitative tightening since the beginning. And even though we've had, and if you're in alts, I don't have to tell you, oh, did the stream mess up? Hold on, give me a second. I think we're back. Did it cut out on you? Or could y'all hear me the whole time? Could you hear me the whole time or did, okay. But yeah, so what I'm saying is because we were going down, right? Because the Fed balance sheet was in tightening, then every time we pumped on alts and we consolidated, they bled against Bitcoin. And since they lost value against Bitcoin, they returned, right? Did it again, came back. Did it again, came back. Because as long as this is aggressively going down, alts can't hold, right? Because they can't hold their Bitcoin value. A coin's Bitcoin value is what gives it the actual literal value that it has to stand still, right? Price goes up, gains Bitcoin value, comes down, holds that value, consolidates, goes up again, holds, consolidates, goes up again. But these full retraces, right? These, what's absolutely killed you if you were an altcoin holder, not trader, but holder, that is 1000% due to global liquidity. I mean, to, I'm sorry, not global liquidity, to the Fed tightening. And now we're starting to balance out. Right? Next move is up and to the right. That's the difference between alts looking like this and alts looking like this. See, at this point, your alts went up and held their Bitcoin value, right? So even when they retraced, they didn't come all the way down, right? Retraced a little bit, didn't come all the way down. Retraced a little bit, didn't come all the way down. So the important thing is to understand that, yeah, we have to be careful with alts because we're in tightening. But the next bull market that we go into where we're having quantitative easing, it's a different story. Right? Selling out of your alts too quick. It's still the same thing with the rotations, right? We still have to wait for the rotation. But with this happening, the rotation comes quicker. And then you're actually able to hold your alt for an extended period of time and watch it go up and up and up. You know, like the bear market, the alt season that everybody's been promised and shit from the last years. But that 1000% has more to do with monetary policy than anything else. And this is what we're looking for to keep track of the housing market. Right? United States housing starts. How many new builds? Right? Brand new builds. This will go up before it goes down and it'll pop. Right? It typically pops around the same damn range every time. Somewhere around 2.4 million homes. This was 2008. Right? So remember that it's 18.6 years. Right? That brings us into 2026. So as money flows, money gets cheaper, money printing goes on, we get a explosion in new homes, and that should call for the end. And then, funny enough, 18.6 years before that, your other drop. 18.6 years before that. 18.6 years before that, we can't even see on the chart. This is also the United States building permits, right? This is also something that we watch. And this already looks elevated. This is going to function as a bit of an oscillator. Only under extreme times is it going to go under, which is what happened in 2008. Total. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Thank you, man. I mean, what happens after the 18.5-year cycle generally? Like, how long does it take? Do we get back to that 4-year cycle again till we reach 18 years again?
I mean, we can only look at equities for that, right? So equities stay on their cycle pinned to global liquidity even when housing is going down, but it usually takes about 2 cycles. So I would expect housing to be at its bottom in like 2030. So that means that we get one bull market, take profit, price goes down. Halfway through that bear market, housing goes down. Then we get to the bottom, we get another bull market. And as we're getting to the top of that bull market, the earth should be getting significantly cheaper. And then we get to take our profits from that bull market and just gobble up some land, you know? That's my plan anyways. So being able to keep as much of your profits from this run and compound it into the next run to then be able to leverage that into some property is my overall plan here.
Do you think there's any outside chance to just skip this alt run and straight away go to the next one?
Like super cycle it?
No, I mean, like, the next cycle will be what? Like, if you're saying we are gonna be in QE by what, 2028?
No, I mean if we end QE, I mean if we end QT now, right? We're at the top of our cycle here. If we end QT now, then we should be in QE by the time that we bottom. Remember that May of this year, of our bear market year, Powell gets replaced with Trump's guy. So I'm pretty sure that he's going to hit the ground running when it comes to money printing and shit, you know? Just in time for Trump's last 2 years. Like, let me see if I can put assets on here. All right, so check it out. So these are Fed assets, right? So as they stop, right, you get these little recoveries, right? Slow sort of recoveries because they don't go straight into QE. They don't say we're ending QT, we're starting QE, right? They say we're ending QT. Then you get 1 or 2 FOMC meetings, and they're like, we're thinking about starting QE, and you know, it's a process. So by that time, we'll be either close to the bottom of our bear market or at the bottom of our bear market, which would mean that our next cycle looks more like this than this. Which is good. I mean, look at the last time that we were in quantitative easing. And obviously, we're not going to get the tens of thousands of percent gain, but you can see the difference in price action, right? And again, they're like, well, we were in QT here. Why did alts pump? Right? Or why did we have those big pumps even though we were in QT? You see the difference? You see how we were plateaued? We were still tightening, right? But we were plateaued. It wasn't until we got to the top that they started tightening aggressively. So we've had to pump through aggressive tightening from the very beginning. Bitcoin has done great, but it's taken every single dollar in crypto to make this happen, which is why your alts aren't holding ground. Every time Bitcoin's done this, full retrace on the alts, full retrace on the alts, full retrace on the alts. And shit, this last time, basically, I guess counts too. Full retrace in 15 minutes on most alts. And the QT, one more rate cut, I think is enough softening on monetary policy so that we can start to see the alt season that we want, which is not the alt season everybody wants, right? Because we're not drinking the Kool-Aid. We don't believe that every single alt is going to move just because it happens to be an alt, right? It's going to be very specific. And it's going to center around things that have very strong narratives and things that have institutional adoption.
Yo, Dbloc.
Yo.
How's things, man?
What's going on, bro?
Not too much, but I am looking at being patient on an entry.
That's the name of the game right now, bro. Patience, young Padawan.
Maybe after the Fed meeting. So,
Yeah, depending on what we get, of course, go. But we have to go with what's most probable, right? You can't let the possibilities freak you out. Yeah, the government can come back online and they can release all that data, and it could be the worst numbers that we've ever seen. And the rate cuts backfired, inflation came back, Fed freaks out, raises the rates. Like, yeah, all of that is possible. But is it probable? Not with the information I've seen, anyways. But yeah, there could definitely be some nasty surprises coming out of that data lockdown.
What do you say, Dbloc?
What up?
How you doing?
Good, man. Better than I deserve.
So what are they doing? Pushing the price down right now so that they can lower the rates tomorrow, and then we just pump to all-time highs?
I mean, for me, I noticed that if you pump into FOMCs, it's usually because the majority of people think it's going to be bad and they want to set up for shorts. If you dump into FOMC, it's because the majority of people assume that it wants to be good and they want to set up for position. But we're just on day one of our 3-day down. I mean, if we look at our weekend trap, there's nothing irregular here at all. Par for the course, really. Nice move up. Held the range. Went up, touched the top of the range like we said it would. Now it's retracing back to grab CME during the 3-day retracement. And then we move into a Halloween weekend. We should have a Halloween
Maybe it'll
party,
get
yo.
spooky.
Y'all want to have a Halloween party? The Discord? Put on some costumes. I'll cut your camera on. We could show the YouTube everybody's costumes. Is anybody actually doing anything for Halloween? It's a better question. Because you're not going to dress up just for the Discord. Like, is anybody doing any parties or anything?
My mom has a little party like every year for Halloween. She likes Halloween a lot, and we'll get down there in the evening. But that'll be like early though. You know what I'm saying? Like I'll probably be back by 9 o'clock at night.
I love Halloween, man. Halloween is like the grand finale for my birthday week. Like I celebrate my birthday from my birthday to Halloween, and then Halloween is like the final hurrah.
So would it be okay to say the next time fear and greed goes into extreme greed, that's the end?
Yep. It's the start of the end. Which is why it was so important for us to come down to extreme fear. Because it gives us a bigger runway. Right? If we start the end of the bull market at greed, we're screwed. You know what I mean? Like we're popping up. Couple green candles, we're in extreme greed already. But if you can take people all the way down into extreme fear, right? Then now you're talking.
I feel like in comparison to other runs that we've had, we're not even close to like greed or nothing right now.
Nah, check this out. Let me show you something.
I could be wrong.
Where's my desktop? Here? Here? No? Here it is. No, that's not it either. Where the hell is my desktop at? Give me a second. Like here, like look at fear and greed. Or actually, you know what? Look at it here. You see our dark green, obviously, right? Those are our levels of prolonged extreme greed. We've had a couple of them. Nothing crazy, right? Right at our tops. Extreme greed, you take profit. Extreme greed, you take profit. But our fear, like, so when we got into extreme fear, I think we got to a 10 here. Yep. God, my memory's so good for the dumb shit. Extreme greed was at 10 right here. Right? Did price continue to go down? Yeah. Was it a good place to start buying the fear? Yeah, 100%. Right? And then I think here we touched down to 20. But these resets are good, right? Because these resets are what keep the price going. If we would just get greed, we're gone, right? You have to clear short-term holders out. Think of it like this. Who gets scared? Right? Your long-term guys aren't feeling much of anything. We're broken, right? Weak hands are the ones that get scared and sell off. The problem is that they're easily scared. So it's hard to maintain a pump because as soon as you start to see a little fear, boom, they sell off. But when they sell off, people who aren't scared buy in, right? Which means your long-term holders end up with bigger supply. And then it happens again. And then you put more Bitcoin in the hands of long-term holders. And that's why it continues to go up. Because there's people holding it that don't sell because of drawdowns. Everybody sold because of a drawdown. We'd never be able, the price would just go sideways. Right? So every time that happens and that gets flushed, it gets into stronger hands. And yeah, like right now we're sitting at, well, we just hit 50 today. That'll go back down into the 40s or 30s with any sort of drawdown at all on Bitcoin. But for the most part, if you see that shit bright ass red, you buy it. You see it bright green, you start really considering lightening some positions. Based on what? Go. Because from what I know, fear 1000% controls when the bear market starts, and greed is how we top. We've never topped and haven't been in extreme greed. There's some people that literally just trade off of fear and greed. I wouldn't do it. Right? We've got better tools. We can fine tune our entries better than that, but some people do. Good thing about macro is that you're not so worried about getting it perfect because there's so much room for error. But like something as simple as on the weekly, just my scalp indicator alone on the weekly. Again, we have tools that can get us way better entries, right? But buying in at 8K and selling at 44 isn't bad. Right? Buying in at 25 and still waiting for your sell signal is not a bad sort of low effort way to invest. You throw your bull market support band on there, right, for a little bit of pre-warning. But it's about all you need. This indicator is in the Discord, y'all. If you go in the Discord, a 5-minute scalp strategy, the code for the indicator is in there, or the link. It's not my official one. We had one of our brothers in the Discord slapped it together, but it's exactly the same as you're just waiting for the 13 across the 50. I'm gonna have a brand new indicator for us before the bear market is over, though. But for the most part, never let me down. You could do a lot worse than just red light, green lighting it. Morning, AJ. And this is for whatever asset, by the way. Doesn't matter if it's crypto or not. Right? This would have got you into silver at 21 bucks. Would have got you into gold at 1200. You would have sold at 18. You would have bought back in at 17, and you'd still be waiting to sell. What's going on, Venus? This would have got you in on the boo-boos for the whole run. I'm still shorting that thing, by the way.
How dare you?
Man, listen, I can tell when things are starting to phase out.
So offended.
Growing up in New York City, the one thing you learn is how to notice when some shit ain't cool no more.
Telling them.
That's the home of, oh, that's so last week. But nah, I'm seeing just in pop culture, right? I'm seeing a lot of the content that comes out about Labubus being funny, but towards killing them or destroying them or them being corny. Or, you know what I mean? Like the trend is shifting.
This female asked me to do a collab with her. This light skinned mixed chick with a bunch of tattoos. She's pretty cute. It came out pretty
Focus,
good.
mad focus.
It's pretty good, actually. You should hear it. It's on the feature for her, so it's a little different. It's like a kind of a girl song.
Yeah. I appreciate that, Venus. So what we're trying to do is get to the end of this shit safely. That way we can all kick our feet up and be like, holy shit, what the hell was that? I look forward to. You can't even properly like download any of the shit that's happened during this bull market yet because we're still in it and we got to stay froggy, right? But once profits are taken, oh, we're going to take a trip down memory lane. A big, oh shit, trip down memory lane. What did I say?
But Jupiter's been one of the stronger coins, right?
Yeah, I mean, Dupe was a good way to get involved with the meme game without touching it. Like, cause you could, everybody was buying their memes on Jupe, so for the most part, Jupiter did really well when memes were pumping. Yeah, you got to keep that snapshot, Jamie. Next time you're at the bar or something, just casually leave your phone facing up with the snapshot. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know how embarrassing. I didn't know my portfolio was open. Just forget you saw that.
Oh, I missed it. Can you show it again, please?
Nah, we were talking about somebody was saying their portfolio glitched. That they had 220 billion, 405,652,000. I was like, you take that screenshot and you just leave it open on your phone. Whenever you want to flex on somebody. I mean, that might be the last free drink you ever get, but you know. I'm holding everything that's underneath. Yeah, AJ. But they're all top 10, right? There's nothing really. This is honestly the shit that you should be paying attention to. The only things on here that are really, really off of rotation are Jasmine, Virtuals. Virtuals is popping, but not because it's on rotation. Jasmine, Beam, XPL, Guns. And like Avantis and Aster, right? Tau. But everything else, Sol, ETH, BTC, Doge, AVAX, Link, Litecoin, ADA. Trying to have a mix between lower cap, mid cap, and high cap so that when dominance goes up and we start to see those liquidations come in, we can see the rotations. Right? You see what's getting the most right now, right? It's ETH on its rotation and Sol one off rotation. Yeah, all spot. You ever down bad and you need free drinks at the bar? You just gotta look sad and shit. You're a guy. Bring enough money to buy yourself one beer and then cry into that shit till somebody buys you another one. And I don't want to hear the ladies say anything because I learned that from a girl. Look, just because you got it doesn't mean you want to spend it, right? Feels good to get free shit every once in a while. One of my friends is funny, bro. All my dudes are doing all right on their own, you know, in their own way, in their own lane. But one of our friends is so tight, bro, and he always pulls the same shit. It's like comical. Like we'll go to the club and we'll do rounds, right? So like I'll buy the first round, my boy buy the second round. This dude always waits to the end, and when it's his turn to buy the rounds, he's like, boy, oof, I am feeling it right now. Aren't y'all? He trying to gas They try to gaslight us into making us feel like we've had enough to drink. So we make him by the first round now, like every time. Like, nah, first round's on you, bro. Lightweight.
Lightweight, save money.
Yeah. Yeah, not around me. You're first.
I'll be first, but I'm like I'll be staring at you after I jug my
Nah, it's
stuff
funny
down. Like,
because now, cause he'll be first, and then we'll get to that third or fourth round, and we'll be like, "You're good, right? You don't need a drink." Nah, I'll take another one. Like, oh, now, right? Yeah, yeah, I know. It's crazy because I don't even really drink like that. It's been I can't even tell you the last time that we went out. We're like, okay, we're just going to black out, ready, go.
dude, my body can't handle it, man. I get I don't know what it is.
That
I
shit is
get
not
feverish.
enjoyable. For me personally, it's not enjoyable.
No, man, it's horrible. Like, I don't know, just get a good buzz and then back it off a little bit.
Around the waters is crazy. Another cheat code is if you got the bud, you never got to buy the drinks. This is some agonizing shit. I guess we can get rid of this vector gap because we've already cleared that. Again, like I said, right? 3-day retracement. We don't want to come down lower than CME. So, as much as this price action sucks, kind of what we want, right? I mean, yeah, it'd be cool to take it now. Then what? Still got 2.5 days. Sentiment now shit because we had a big drop out of nowhere. Right. I'd rather come down, grab some of these, come back up, retest that bearishly. Take our time. By putting in a higher high. 3-day down gets invalidated by taking out the high that we put in on Monday. Yeah, it's nice to see H bar finally catch a bid, man. Of all the ISOs, that was really the one that was lagging. Wild Labubu alert. All right, so on H bar, we were looking to possibly lose that flag and come down, but that was the 10th. We need to get back above where we fell, right? We're just in the range of clearing up the mess that we made, basically. Okay, beautiful W fractal. Almost at the measured move, not quite yet. Oh, maybe we are. That was on log. Let me see. Yeah, still got a little bit left to go. So your target would be 2082. Whether it makes it there without a retrace is a different story. Right, so for your retrace targets, what you'd be looking at. We'll see. This measured move is now gone because that's been broken. It's no longer viable. So we're just gonna have to build, man. I guess we can check on these dip recoveries now. It's been a while since we really dug into them. Let's see where we're at on most of these coins.
Can you look at QNT if you're going through a list D-block?
Yeah, it's on there. Zero Bro has absolutely killed it. I mean, remember this as we go through the other alts, but this was the crash low, and this was the scene of the crime, right, where we crashed from. And that's where we're at. That's probably one of the better recoveries. I can't think of a better one offhand. Hold on, give me 1 second. Yeah, both of those are on the list too, guys. I'm gonna go through all of them right now. ZBCN. Let me get rid of these licks. Hold on. I still gotta label some of these apparently. XRP is decent, man. It hasn't lost any of the ground that it made from the dip recovery. And it's slowly started to sort of climb out. Let me get rid of this heat map. XMR is just now getting above the scene of the crime.
What's H bar doing? Just cooking all by itself.
Catching up. Trying to catch up.
That would have been a nice little run. I was already in it, but 10 cents to 20 cents, and it's pretty nice. What time is the meeting tomorrow?
I don't know. Is it tomorrow?
I thought it was tomorrow, but I could be wrong. I thought there was something today and then tomorrow.
30th. I think the call's on the 30th. Probably 2 p.m. Like normal, but I'd have to check.
Virtuals. That's a good girl.
Oh, that's on Wednesday.
Yeah.
I don't know why I was thinking tomorrow.
Sui's still inside its range, man. This range has been super tight here. Be honest with you, sold out of everything. I mean, maybe just because it didn't drop as much. Probably what it is, because everything else had a wick to like down here. But soul's about 50%. Silver's still coming down. Come on down, baby. Or Ronin, we've got to talk about Ronin. Because Ronin took that dip. Let me check another. Okay, that's more like it. More like it. That XTX chart was pretty spooky. Everything is ranging out. Here's Quant. Honestly, looking just like everything else. All of the coins that are off rotation are basically sitting literally at their support. Right? If you put a visible range over it, you'll see that the majority of them that are off rotation are literally right at value area lows. What's going on, Ghost? Yeah, I looked at Toshi earlier. A little bit better than everything else because memes are always high market cap. Memes are always going to capture 5 to 10% of the liquidity, 5 to 10x of the liquidity that comes into the blockchain. So that doesn't surprise me. That's your crash low. You look at the difference between the crash low and the scene of the crime, or the highs before the crash, and you take a fib. Your fib is gonna look more like this. If you're above 50%, then you're doing better than most. Right? You can just put the 50% mark, so it's not. If you're above 50%, you're doing better than most. If you're below 50%, right, then you're still sort of struggling. Yeah, just let me run through these really quick, and then if I missed anything, I'll do some requests. Ondo's dropping their chain soon. I don't know if there's any Ondo holders in the house, but do your homework on Ondo chain. Yeah, from November 7th forward, if we can get a ATH on ETH, then they'll have more room to breathe for sure. TZ just scared the shit out of me. God, he was up there. Yeah, I mean, everything's basically hovering 50% if it hasn't already moved. Right? The AI agents, for the most part, have already made their move. AIOZ didn't get any of that love, but AIXBT, AS16Z, virtuals. So we got the move down on ADA we were looking for into this range. And we haven't broken new lows yet. ADA's kind of interesting. What I really want when this shit opens back up, I don't want to hear anything out of their mouth except for which altcoins have been accepted, which ETFs have been accepted or denied. Like, we waited long enough. Don't bore me with any of that other shit. Just announce immediately who got their ETF and who didn't, and we'll forgive all prior indiscretions. I mean, it's looking like they're coming for vector recovery. Popped up, rejected hard off the 200. You still haven't got confirmation of bearish momentum shift on the 4-hour, but on the hour you got confirmation and they slammed it through the 200. It didn't just break the 200 by coincidence. That's a coordinated effort to break that 200. Let me get something to drink. Hold on. So yeah, be looking for that vector at this point. Let me see what your VPVR looks like. Yeah, big gap into the vector. Your last your last hope for support is this high volume node range right here. Basically the point of control from this accumulation. But if that doesn't hold, you're gonna see that vector gap, my opinion. Yeah, there's not really a lot there. Like I said, it's just the point of control. If I'm not mistaken, from this small move here. Yeah, exactly. Right, so couldn't hold value area high. From the smaller range, price seeks out the point of control. If the point of control can't hold, price will seek out the value area low. The problem is that the larger range, the point of control is in the vector gap. So either price holds point of control or value area low. If not, you're looking at 50 and like 47. I mean, I would start with the 1618, Gabriel. Some of these aren't going to hit their 2618s. You want me to look at Hex? Oh boy. Alright, I got you.
Don't do it.
Now we get to have the fun game where it's like, which one? What's the right ticker? We'll go USD. Wow. My bad. I'll zoom in for you right now. I just haven't backed up and looked at this chart in a long time. I mean, this shit is back into original accumulation. It's crazy to see. I mean, what can I say? Maybe you'll go for your 800 eventually. I mean, like, you had what seemed to be a decent accumulation range going, right? Which could have turned out to be something, but you lost that. Good thing is that this thing has gotten beat up so bad that you don't really need a massive move. But with all the things to trade, like, respectfully, I'm not trying to shit on your coin or anything, but first step of this turning into something would be holding this range. Right, if you can't hold support here, then that would be my first warning sign. Move is nice. Like I said, when things get beat up so bad, I mean, even this is a what? 5x, 6x, you know? So this coin just has I have a bad taste in my mouth for this coin because of Richard. I'm a little worried that there's anything left to go after 6x, honestly. I mean, if we look at where we retraced from on our first pump, right? You can. Why is this at a 716? So the first pump up came down to the 786, right? So if we look to see where that would bring us down to, if we want to continue that trend. Yeah. You wouldn't want to see it get much lower than 272. Right? First of all, if demand breaks, you have to worry about the 200. The 200 breaks, you want to hold that 786. If not, it's looking bad. The problem is that you got a bunch of, I mean, that's 10% just to get to the 200. That 786 is 24% away. And you got to drop 33% just to test that uptrend. So you got to make your decision way earlier than that. For me, it would come down to this supply holding or not. If we can't hold this support and get back over the 50, I'd be worried about a deeper retracement. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back. Get something to drink.